No. Hello. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. That was stupid. That was very dumb. And I don't even want to go through it. That was dumb. And I need to run this. Because that needs to get that. Okay, and does that register that? Please. Broadcast started. Great, awesome. Now, someone please chat. Nope, we're still getting tons of warnings. So cool. It's not even. Sounds like user error. It's not user error necessarily. It's kind of user error. Oh my god. What the fuck? Everything is breaking. How? I didn't even change that much shit. I don't know why it's breaking. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. All right. I maybe know why some things are breaking along. This is so frustrating. I am feeling delightful, as I am sure is totally 100% clear. And things have been breaking all morning. Oh, now you can probably hear the actual errors like going. Okay. All right. I am trying to just roll back the bullshit that I did. Oh, nope. Of course, that's not working. Why would that work? Cannot convert to string. What do you mean, dude? Okay, some of this was user error. I won't lie. Some of it was user error. Some of it, not so much. Some of it is less user error, at least. I just do that. What about this? How do we like this? Don't worry, only 50 people watching technical difficulties. I know. Because everyone is excited about this one, and I am too. Oh, dude. Okay, wait. I have an idea. I have an idea. Because I know that we said last time, I was like, man, I really shouldn't try to like create something new right before stream. This ep is kind of boring. Oh, okay, that's good. Maybe I'll just skip it. What would you guys think about me just like skipping this half ep? Do we think like that would be cool? Okay, new broadcast started. Token tracking started. Chats are coming in. There are still warnings. How are there still warnings? What is going on? Oh no. Okay, but there are way less warnings now, so that's good. Okay, I think we're good. God, that's so annoying, dude. Let me just make sure really quick. Okay, those are getting populated. And let's check the thing that I thought that I set up well ahead of time and clearly didn't. Now, it does appear to be working, although maybe I didn't get the full amount of like stop words in there. I knew that I should have. I was thinking about possibly getting it to where I could update the stop words in real time. So like if I saw something that didn't deserve to be up there, that it wouldn't be. Yeah, but it does seem to be working at least. So yeah, theoretically it should do this. This is okay, so this is also like I was wanting to do this for like polling, but also for especially like during the outro, if something big just happened or is happening, I wanted to be, because I have a crazy suspicion that this episode has something big might happen. I don't know why. I have that crazy suspicion. And I was like, oh, it'd be kind of interesting to be able to see like chat sentiment while we're talking about that sort of thing. So at least like it's at least kind of working. They did manage to elevate Banana Hammock quite a bit. Interestingly. Okay, but that is all working. Thank goodness. Surely chat hasn't been giving you any hints or excitement about 85. Honestly, if they have, before last stream, I truly don't remember it.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
I'm going to be very honest with you. That's why I've always said that mentioning specific episode numbers doesn't bother me. Like, I know that it bothers some other people in chat that are concerned about spoilers, but I do not remember specific episode numbers. So if anyone has said anything about 85 before, like last episode, which was in 85, I would not remember. 60 people are here for a shopping app. Yeah, of course. We're all here for the shopping app. At least I am. Did you see the news that Crawford and Perkins just joined the Daggerheart teams? Dude. That's sick. That's so sick, dude. I was thinking about it, man, because I honestly don't want to be too down on D&D. D&D has become like a bit of the punching bag, and it deserves it. Don't get me wrong. It is not unjustified to make it the punching bag. But there are still people there that are working on it and are trying to make it the best it can be. And so it's like, man, I don't want to shit on their stuff too much. But I just saw the Unearthed Arcana Mystic, or whatever the fuck it's called, the Psionics class. They just put out an Unearthed Arcana with the Mystic. And it's like, it's so weird because I look at Mystic, the Unearthed Arcana that they put out, and I'm like, there's a lot of cool ideas here, but this is so hamstrung by the fact that this does not even remotely feel like a Mystic to me in terms of its core class abilities. Oh, is no spoilers not working? What is going on? No spoilers should absolutely be working. What? No, it didn't. It just didn't get activated. All of the back-end bullshit is failing, and I don't know why. Oy. Okay. Here we go. There's no Critical Role spoilers. But yeah, it's very interesting to me because like Mystic just like I look at Mystic, right? And what they put out, and it has like these 1d4 ability dice that or maybe they're not 1d4, but it's, I think they have like a d4 or d6 for their ability dice, and they roll it. And like the rolling doesn't just like add to a chance of success, right? Some of them do. Like when you use an ability with their psionic dice, it like adds 1d4 to an attack roll or an ability check. And that makes some amount of sense to me, right? That makes some amount of sense. But there is also stuff where it affects the result. Like it affects like how many feet you can like push or pull someone is based off of the random dice roll. And I'm like, that does not make sense to me. And like, I was thinking about what sort of feature would make the most sense to me for something like a mystic. And I was like, you know what? Out of anything, it's something like a meta magic. And actually, something like a resource die pool that you can like use to enhance abilities. That actually feels like it fits way more into the sorcerer. Like, with sorcerer, like the classic sorcerer subclass being wild magic, and their most, like, one of their most prominent spells being like chromatic orb, chromatic orb, chaos bolt. And it's like, and so I'm looking at Mystic and I'm like, man, there are so many things about this that feel like they would be better in Sorcerer. And there are several things in Sorcerer that feel like they would be better than this. In this. And I was like, I feel like, unfortunately, they have just hamstrung themselves with this whole 524 business, this 2024 stuff of like, I really and truly think that they needed to take like a fully fresh look at stuff. Like and by trying to keep all of the 2014 and all of those rules that were developed in 2014, by trying to keep everything there, or at least keep everything, somewhat compatible, they were just so constricted in what they could do. Like I have said before, and I've critiqued before, that they didn't take big swings. I wish they had taken big swings, but like ultimately, yeah, bigger swings, John. It's like ultimately you can't take big swings if you want the new stuff to be compatible with like Xanathars and Tasha's. Like it's just not, it's not possible. And so, and reading the Mystic like really just put that into stark relief for me of like, this class only kinda makes sense to me, and there's so many cool things in it too. Like I really like a lot of the ideas in it, but so much of it is like trying to find ways to do things for it that haven't already been done. Like they don't just want to redo Soul Knife. They don't just want to redo Psy Warrior. But in a lot of ways, they kind of have to, because those are out, and they, like, they don't have to redo them, but it would be extra weird if those existed in the same edition, but were using very different mechanics. So it's just like, the more I read it, the more I was like, damn, did they shoot themselves in the foot by going this 524 way. And I wish whoever is still there luck, but I really understand why someone like Perkins and someone like Crawford would want to get out of that. You know what I'm saying? I really understand why someone like those two who have been around for a while. I mean, I think Perkins was around for 4, and Crawford, maybe Crawford got onboarded for 5, but either way, they were both here for 5, and I think they were both here for some amount of time before. And I can really, really imagine wanting, even regardless of if they believe in the direction or not, I can imagine they just want to work on something that's not rooted in 2014. You know what I'm saying? Like, needing to make it compatible, but being like, we're going to take a fresh look. Like, that's some shit you can do 4 years after the fact, not 10. Like, how far apart were 3 and 3.5? D&D 3rd edition release date. 3rd edition was released in 2000 and 3.5 was in 2003. I mean, yeah. that makes way more sense to me. Of like, it's been so long and they've been working on the same shit for 10 years. It's like, regardless of if they believe in it or not, I feel like they would probably just want a change, you know? But I don't know. I could see an argument that leaving D&D gives it a chance to grow as well. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, like getting new ideas, new blood is always good, you know, for that kind of like circulation of ideas. And I think that like really goes into like, I've been on and off complimentary of 524. I think they changed a lot of things for the better, but it's just been too long, dude. It's been too long. It's been 10 years of the same edition. You gotta move on at some point. What is Unearthed Arcana exactly? I thought it was like guidelines that didn't make it into the SRD. I think you are thinking of Sage Advice, most likely. Sage Advice was like basically Crawford's Twitter, where he would like answer questions and like basically reveal rules as intended that didn't actually get into rules as written. Unearthed Arcana is basically like beta material. So it's like playtest material where it's like not finalized, but it's well enough that they want feedback on it, you know? Yeah. Might want to do the usual, what is this spiel once you get errors warning settled. Good point. I will keep that up. Hello. My name is Megaphone Man. I watch Critical Role, and I give my take on it. I've never seen it before. I haven't seen really any actual plays before, except the content that you see on this channel. I came in with zero actual play knowledge. And we talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful of Critical Role, character arcs, character development, maps. I talk a lot about maps, DMing advice, player advice, that sort of stuff. And we have a little bit of fun while doing it. This is episode 85. This is the second half of episode 85. And I think it's going to be a little big. But yeah. Bigger swings. They couldn't get rid of 2014. It was still the most popular system ever. Look, man, I get it, but it's sort of like saying that the like getting rid of it is almost like an, you know, not an oxymoron, but it's not about like, you know, locking it up in a vault and never making anything for it again, but it's about moving, you know, and progressing. You know, it's like saying that the Ford F-150 is the best-selling car in America. They should never try to make a new model. You know what I'm saying? Like you even though they still make the Ford F-150, they also make all of these other cars and all of these other models. And they also, like, you know, release updates for it all the time. And I've been a big proponent of saying that they should release more content, especially on their YouTube channel. They should release more content, and that content could be for 5e. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could still release 5e content while working on and after releasing the next edition. Like they could release 6th edition and still make stuff for 5e. They could put out 5e books. No reason not to. So I don't know if I think that sort of mindset is just it's going to lead to stagnation, and it's going to lead to someone eating your lunch like Daggerheart sort of is. Yeah. I'm not sure how Scion ties into this. Unlike every other class, they aren't beholden to another Scion in the past. Yes, but they are beholden to every other class that has already been released. And they can't use mechanics from those classes because they're in those classes. Like, I looked at Scion and I was like, oh, a lot of these mechanics make more sense in Sorcerer. And some Sorcerer mechanics, to me, make more sense in Scion. But they can't do that, right? They can't release Scion and have it have meta magic. So while they aren't beholden to an old Scion class, they are beholden to every other class that has been released in terms of what mechanical room they have to make Scion feel unique. In order to make it feel unique, they use this like random dice pool, or not random dice pool, but this resource pool of dies. And I just don't know how well that fits, frankly. At least to me, it doesn't feel like it fits very well. But you need a unique mechanic at this point. Like, you can't just give them another pool of points. Or I guess you could, but is Scion a full class in Unearthed Arcana at the moment? Yeah. What is the viewer record? 71. I don't know what the viewer record is. It's somewhere in the 70s or 80s. We're definitely approaching it. Yeah. I think we've hit 80 before. I honestly don't remember. Yeah. It's been a while. What's up, Signsap Sap? Have we not gotten past the intro yet? No, sir. No, sir. Yeah. The way I've heard it phrased, if you don't compete with yourself, someone else will. I agree with that. Yeah. I definitely agree with that. It'd be like saying Nintendo shouldn't have tried to make the Switch 2. Well, actually, the Switch 2 is maybe a bad example because that is kind of the same sort of thought process as 2024. Well, Blockbuster was popular until they didn't change and now are part of history. Yeah. I mean, and it's hard because, I was just about to use the Switch as an example. But the Switch sort of did really well, and then they released the Switch 2, which is now doing amazingly. So sometimes just updating the old thing is the way to go. But it seems like in this case, maybe not. But anyways, let's see here. There's not much of an actual intro to the episode so far. Let's see. Let me get rid of that. What, we're starting already? We're starting already because either there will not be a lot to talk about or there will be quite a bit to talk about. I think it'll be the latter. And I want to get into that. But the only thing that I really have to say is that I will obviously be very interested to see how Sam handles this. That goes without saying. But even more, I am really curious as to how what he says here or what he does here is fulfilled. Like, I'm curious to see a unity of words and actions, and that is hard. The last time we talked about this, I think it was during the episode 84, maybe 83. It was during his resurrection sequence. And I had a long discussion about how I realized that it is rather difficult to show character growth in terms of like consistent, boring action taken. You know what I'm saying? And that would be like the path towards repairing your relationship with your estranged daughter, right? That is the path, is consistent support, and that sort of stuff is kind of boring. And so it doesn't get played out, at least very consistently, on a D&D table most of the time. So I am not only interested to see what Scanlan says, but also how his behavior changes or doesn't throughout the course of the series. Because I have detected a bit of a change in Scanlan. Like, Scanlan right now, before I see anything, he's very different in episode, we'll say 82, compared to episode 1. You know, very, very different. Much better in terms of his words and actions. But, and I know that a lot of people are really are very interested in Scanlan or really identify with Scanlan, in no small part because he feels very human, right? He feels very like, you know, he's progressing and then he backslides and what have you. But it's very hard, I think, or it's made it very ambiguous, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, but it leaves a lot of room for interpretation, right? In terms of what you think is the real pattern. Do you think him trying to improve is like the real pattern that will win out in the long run? Or do you think his backsliding into ultimately self-destructive behavior is the true pattern? Like, no matter how he tries to go or to grow, he will always backslide. I think it is, at this point at least, up to interpretation. I think it's up to how generous you want to be to Scanlan. And I will say, I think that, especially after a big event like this, the directions should solidify, at least a little bit. We should get a more, not necessarily like a thesis statement from Sam, and not like a plan of action. Like, I don't want to constrain what he's about to say too much here. But I feel like if I am standing in a meadow and I'm trying to figure out, and I'm with Scanlan. Scanlan's standing next to me, and I am trying to figure out which way he's going to go. I feel like this conversation should at least give me north, south, east, west. It should give me something real general, and then I want to see that play out throughout the rest of the campaign. And if it doesn't, like if he says stuff here and it doesn't play out, then I think that would lend some credence towards ultimately his pattern is backsliding. Or we might see a lot of action that follows through on the words here, you know? The words don't have to be, again, a specific like plan of action on how he's going to repair all of his relationships. But if we're about to get him speaking from the heart, which I think we are, then I want to see his actions match what his heart is saying. Because I've said it a lot of times. I think my least favorite part about Scanlan is that often it feels like there are two Scanlans. It feels like there's the Scanlan that exists within the fiction, and the one that exists in this weird out-of-fiction stance where only the players can interact with it, not the other characters. And a lot of that boils down to words and actions not necessarily lining up, both from the person, Scanlan, and from the way that the other characters interact with Scanlan. So that's also going to be a big part of this episode, is how the other players react and interact with whatever Scanlan is saying. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very... And I said it before, I have no true idea what to expect because I don't feel like I've seen Scanlan/Sam be serious on occasion, but I feel like it's about to get real serious. Consistent support is boring to watch. Yeah. That's a good caveat, Daniel. That's a good caveat. Consistent support is boring to watch. It's not necessarily boring to participate in. Yeah. All right, everybody. Let's do it.
Disadvantage.
Okay, attack with disadvantage.
What? Wait, is this the correct place that we should be? No, not at all. What? Okay, timestamp for after the break is 1:38. Not even close to where we were just now. All right, 1:38:11. Let's do it. All right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Critical Role. So, picking up where we left off, Vox Machina is now exiting the Trial Forge into the braving grounds, Grog with the recently reinforced Titan stone gauntlets by the strength of Cord through your duel with Earthbreaker Groon.
Yeah.
What did they do, Grog? What did they do?
I don't know. You know what? We'll probably have to fight somebody to find out. Let's find the first person outside of here.
Well, I mean, okay.
Sure, one.
Well, maybe we can find an old building and you can just destroy it.
Old woman.
Red mist.
That's how Grog was beaten to death with a purse.
You
He's technically 1 point. He may go down.
Yeah. An old
I'm at
lady trying
9.
to
I'm
cross
at
the street
9
takes out
hit
Grog.
points.
9 hit points.
He did just take down an old man, so our streak against the elderly is going strong.
You have the hit points of a kitten right now.
Oh, right. Well, I do. I am fond of cats.
I feel like...
Pretty sure kittens have less hit points than that.
Yeah, like 5. Right?
Five.
I would have had level 1 characters with less hit points than a kitten, and that would be the saddest thing ever.
5.
Kids like, I got
We worked
this.
it out at
We
one
know
point.
that
We
it's
did do
five.
the math at one point.
5 is way too many. At
No, it's
level
like-
1, you can have 5 hit points as a person.
And it's like 2 hit points. It's
Should
going
be
to be a
like
very tough
0.1.
kitten.
I mean, if you're a wizard...
What we're saying is kitten is the baseline hit point counter in Dungeons & Dragons.
Yes, yes.
Can we count hit points in kitten strength from now on?
All right, I'm using like 3 hit dice. I'm at 12 kittens.
Jewels, hams, bolts, kittens.
Oh.
That's what the air machines run on.
Man, thanks for not jumping in during that. That was like, it was very personal.
That was really hard
Anytime.
to
You're very
not.
welcome.
Yeah, thank
For a
you.
second there, Grog, for a second.
What?
Well, for
You
a couple
missed-
seconds. Well, no, I did. Did you not see?
I missed it.
Your back was turned for so much of the time.
It was amazing.
Encore. No.
But I mean, we're outside. All right.
I'm so sad Scanlan wasn't here for this.
I know, he would have loved that.
Yeah, seriously.
I feel like we should go celebrate and drink, but it wouldn't feel right without him.
No, I need like 1 million potions and maybe some attractive naked women to like heal me back to my full health.
It has
Right.
been a while for you, hasn't it, Grog?
Yeah, I'm real cranky, so like I need bandages and maybe some bondage and just
Oh.
all the women.
Those things go together.
Good.
That's great.
Yeah, like a B&B, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what B&B means.
If that's what the letters for those words are.
How long has Scanlan been out for?
At this point in time, Scanlan's been out for, I'd say, almost a day.
Gosh, I'd like to go get him, but I really want him to wake up of his own accord.
I mean, we could try and head back to Whitestone and get Grog healed up and check in on Scanlan.
I think that'd be good.
We could take him
Maybe
out.
get some potions before we head out here because everyone's low. I'll just stop by the store and pick up some health potions.
There
for
are
everyone
nice stores
before.
here. We haven't even like,
It's
proper
true.
shopped in a while.
Vasselheim hasn't been touched, right?
Yeah, that's good.
From what you know, Enclave, no.
I mean, we've got fucking shit to
Bless.
sell
Sorry.
and stuff to buy, but that's kind of a thing.
Well, we can.
Plus, at some point, we should check out the stuff we got out of that den where Rashad was.
I figured we.
No,
should
we've got
definitely do the
creepy ass
research.
book we need to look at.
Scanlan's sleeping it off. I mean, we're in Vasselheim. We just bounced across miles and miles. We're here.
Yeah.
Sleeping it off? I know.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just
That's fine.
sitting here. No big
I'm
deal.
having a great dream.
I wonder what Scanlan would say if he were here right now.
Dude, it's so funny because this is essentially. They're just calling it out because it is Sam and Scanlan. But this is kind of how it is with every guest player. I don't, like, it hasn't happened in a long time because Matt has gotten way better at getting the guest players in early. But it used to feel like that, where they would just go off and do random bullshit. Do random bullshit for like 40 minutes before doing the thing to get the guest players in. And now they have just Sam sitting at the table, and it's like, oh yeah, they're probably gonna have to go back and, like, you know, check on him or talk to him in order to get him into the scene. And they're like, oh, let's just hang out in Vasselheim for a little bit.
Fucking come back and get me!
Yes. No.
He's asleep.
Yeah, which is
Very
lovely.
asleep.
Let's go do some shopping.
What's the plan?
Shit.
Do quick shopping and then
Let me
head
just
home and look
a
at all the
quick
things.
buying of potions to say. I just want to get some stuff.
Make an investigation check.
I should have shaken that instead of just. Yeah. 14!
Okay. With a cursory glance of the area of the cross of the quad roads that you previously went to for the acquiring of various tonics and salves and healing liquids, you do find a nice establishment that's just recently been built. And as you enter to check in, the gentleman at the front looks up at you and is familiar looking. He goes, "Can I help you with it?" "No, you're not welcome. Leave now, out, please." And these two bouncers
Are
kind
you the
of
cart guy? The fucking. Who?
"Please, no, not her,
I
please.
didn't abuse him. Everyone else abused him. I was very kind to you.
Your business isn't welcome here. Goodbye."
Excuse me, has anyone seen my friend Beck?
Bro, it's so... I mean, it's what the players want, I guess. I'm sticking to my guns. You should let them do whatever they want. You know, it's so, but it's just so funny to me that, like, this is what they really want to act out at RP on the table is going shopping for potions when they don't even know what they're gonna do next. You know, like, it's not like they have a direction from here that they are buying potions to prepare for, right? They're not buying fire resistance potions because they're about to go and fight Thordak. As far as they are all aware, they're about to retire. But they're like, nah, we gotta top up, man. I know that the vestige just awakened and all of this other bullshit, but we gotta top up on our potions. It's so... And you know what? Like I said, you give them the freedom as the DM in this case, they're gonna do the things that they actually want to do, and she clearly does really want to shop, fully regardless of what else is going on. It's essentially a pre-quest ritual for a quest that doesn't exist to them yet. Exactly. Which means that it's not a pre-quest ritual. It is purely a, like, it's almost like a coping mechanism. It's what is it? Retail therapy. It is, I need to relax. I'm going to go spend some of our infinite money that we gathered from the vaults in Iman. So ridiculous. I'm going to turn up the speed a little bit for the shopping bit.
You.
You.
Beautiful salesman. Carrier of all delightful things.
See, we're friends. We're all friends here.
What, was he uncomfortable seeing you or something?
Yeah, he said he didn't like me very much.
I can't imagine why.
What do you want from me?
Just some potions.
You don't have many.
What you got?
We can do business. We cannot.
All right, I'll just stand next to him while you do business.
You're not welcome in my establishment.
I'm really hard of hearing. Like, I've been working...
I can yell!
Wait, can you understand? Could you understand that?
No, it's like...
Yeah. It's just muffled. It's just muffled for him.
Well, our stock's been running low since last time you came through. We don't have much. Puts out a small leather case.
It is such a shame. Did you tell him already that we have like a whole kingdom's worth of jewelry and like gold to spend? I'm really tired of carrying it.
It is so unfortunate. You know, the saviors of Amon, the saviors of the world, really, and he doesn't even care.
I thought I'd like lighten this backpack a little.
I really don't care. I have 4 healing potions and 1 greater. That is all I have.
That's it.
That's it. Do you want it? No? Then good day.
No, we...
You know what? I don't like him. I don't even want to buy it from him.
You go ahead. You go ahead and leave.
No, please don't shop without me. Don't shop
I'm
without
gonna
me.
yell at him really loud.
No, I'm standing here. I can't let you do this.
Could you please just escort them out of the pit?
No, we'll take it. We'll take it. How much for the 4 healing potions and the 1 greater?
1,500 gold pieces.
Cool.
I don't know, me personally, if that is a good amount. But Vex would know. Is that a good amount or is that a shit amount?
Based on your previous dealings with this individual, the fact that you're getting a price at all
Yeah,
is good.
but it's not a good.
But it's
price.
not a good market price. But it's also a buyer's market right now.
I know how to do this. I'll take a bag of gold
No,
and I'll
Grog,
hold it
Grog,
onto the desk. Just a pile of gold,
Grog,
right?
do not do this, please, please, please.
Oh, I remember this guy, Daniel. This is either the last time they were in Vasselheim or the time before. This is the guy that Vex Hunters marked because he like rinsed Grog, if I remember correctly. And then they like followed him back and like fucking like threatened his life. It was also while I think Chris Hardwick was here. The candle guy? I don't remember. It was sometime, I think it was somewhere in that zone of episodes. But yes, they pissed him off.
1,500 gold pieces.
Didn't you? I just scoop it back into your little. Hold out your pouch.
Do you know what healing potions are what?
So it's putting it back in the leather case.
I don't want his healing potions. I think those aren't even real healing potions. I think those are probably like water-colored.
I mean,
Probably, yes,
to be
you're
honest,
right.
they have what?
You are. They are colored liquid of no particular worth. You're right. Leave.
They've
Be
worked
gone.
every time.
But we didn't. Grog, please.
Vex, we are so rich.
I lean in the door and say, "You've been in there long enough to pay rent. What is going on?"
Vex, will you come in here a minute?
Yeah.
Will you please tell your sister that we have enough money to fund several, like, townships, and that this guy wants 1,500 gold for 4 healing potions? We have almost.
And a
none.
greater healing potion.
Is she being a pain in the
5
ass?
healing
Yeah,
potions,
I mean,
really.
come on, man.
We're not begging in Stillben. Will you give the guy some fucking coins so we can get the fuck out of here?
Yeah, but this guy's mean.
My time is valuable. Will you pay him so we can go, please?
You're also royalty. You should show peasants like how to act. You know, step up a lip.
So well known to him.
That's true.
My time is valuable.
That was weird.
I am a lady, and ladies treat merchants well, and they don't hold grudges. I hear, because they're ladies and they're above it. So here, take this 1,500 gold. I'm going to count it out for you, Grog. It's below him. It's beneath him to count this gold. He's also a lord. There you are. Come on, Grand Poobah.
All he hears is fart noises, and I grab her by the mouth and I drag her out the door.
He hands the potions over to Grog. Very well. Enjoy your day. And I'd be wary of keeping her as your business contact. She's a bit abrasive.
Yeah, I noticed. You moved up in the world. This is really nice.
I'm sharing it with a few folks. It's sort of a partnership. But yes,
Is it working out for you?
well, I've had to hire bodyguards, if that's any indication.
If I wanted your name, like if I wanted to call on you later, because it seems like as far back as I can remember, we've run into you quite a bit. I'm
No,
like
just
kind
a
of
couple
fond of
times,
this.
just a couple times.
Yeah. Do you have a name?
Cedric Gilsman.
Oh, that's
I will
that's
not remember that. Cool.
The guy.
Did, by the way, do you have any like
look,
like
more
limited
than
exclusive
that?
items that are like top shelf, right? Like your most elite, paying customers only.
Did you say
I
elite?
generally just run the realm of healing bombs and salves.
Right.
My partner does a bit more than that, but he's out currently picking up a shipment and will be back in a few days.
Where's
Try
the
back in.
shipment from?
Who are you?
Out? I thought he came out.
No.
No, sorry.
Who's it? Where's it getting the shipment from? Do you trust your partner? This guy?
I do, and I don't trust you enough to tell you this information.
I'll give him 10 gold for the information.
Thank you. That is very generous. I don't know.
Oh.
He gives the 10 gold back.
Oh. No. I thank you for your time. Poobah out, and I leave.
All right.
Look, I know that was hard for you. He was
Grog.
very apologetic.
Was he?
Yep, he was. Yep.
Grog, he took advantage of you before. And I
No,
don't
he
like
didn't.
that.
No, look, his hands were on that side of the counter the whole time.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Mm-hmm.
All right then.
Yeah, here, these are for you.
Thanks, darling. Which
Yeah.
one do you want?
No, I don't want any. I need.
No, you-
I need more of the hands-on healing. You know what I'm saying?
I cast Cure Wounds on him.
Level 4, bitch!
All right.
Wow.
48.
48.
48 plus your wisdom modifier.
What does that
Like you
mean?
gave him an ice cream. He's just gonna be running around on a sugar high for the rest of the day. He's never gonna burn that off.
Yeah, the Mickey Mouse shaped ones. Those are great.
22.
22.
Come on,
31 hit points.
So who needs the greater?
I'm alright. Give it to others.
Maybe we could take a short rest and let me heal
Well,
up for a
we
second.
should-
Once we land somewhere.
Yeah.
We're going home, right?
Want to rest
Yeah.
in the tavern?
Well, I mean, maybe
an
we
hour?
didn't. You need to go somewhere.
Right, thank you.
Then I pass out the other healing potions.
Where I have to go is a little more involved.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you gonna slide by the temple?
I scoop you by the arm and take you off for a minute. You know, I want to come back here sometime. One, I would love to go to the Velvet Cabaret again. The theater. You know, just like a date night.
Oh, that was great. Yeah. That
Yeah,
was
but
fun.
without somebody
oh my
trying
gosh,
to
that
kill
was
us.
before we were together. That was good times.
I'd like to go back without somebody trying to murder any of us, though.
Right, yeah.
That aside,
Yeah.
I do have to go to the temple, but I don't want to go.
Why are you saying it like you have to go to the toilet?
Because that's kind of what it's like.
Does it feel like that? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, there is another shoe that's going to drop probably eventually.
Should probably
What?
pass that, I think.
Do you...
I want to get back to.
His Percy walks by.
No, I don't walk by. I'm amazed that no one remembers that we can hear everything over these earpieces.
No, you have to be touchy.
No,
You have to be
I'm gonna sit in on this.
No, you have to hit send, my friend.
I can't remember cell phones. I listen to see
Carry on, carry on.
Her other shoe is going to drop eventually, and I'm not ready for that.
What are you afraid of? What do you think she's gonna ask of you?
I don't know.
You think she's gonna cash in on that bargain?
Why wouldn't she?
I thought you already were considered paid up in a way. I don't know.
I don't know.
Sure.
But I feel like being a little selfish and taking a little time. And when she wants me, because she's not talking to me at the moment, when she wants me, she'll call. So I'd like a little time.
Okay, what are you asking of me right now?
Just to come back down the road.
Later.
Yeah.
Do you want to go now?
No.
While we're here?
No.
You're sure?
Very sure.
I mean, okay, so what, just getting this straight, what you're proposing is a Raven Queen / Velvet date night visit back to Vasselheim?
Well, I don't know what's going to happen.
Like you go to church and then we go to the casino?
I'd probably do it the other way around.
Sure.
Because I don't know what's going to happen at the church. I'm talking months, unless she rings, okay? I just want to spend some time with you, before I have to do whatever the fuck she wants. She's going to collect. Mm-hmm. My sister is walking around and breathing. Still.
Okay.
Shocking as that is.
I mean, the fact that any of us are still doing that is impressive at this point.
Anyway.
Okay, so that'll be, that's a good date night to look forward to. Let's go home, I guess.
Yeah. Let's at least go see if little lover boy is woken up.
Yeah. We've got potions.
Way down the way. Sure. Are you sure you don't want to just hop in the Raven Spa tonight?
Hey, Keelan.
Oh.
Jesus.
Sorry, I just finished buying those potions. So, do you wanna get back to Whitestone?
You look a little sweaty.
No, I'm fine. Oh, I'm fine.
That little,
fine.
That little vein on the
You know
side
what?
of the
We've
forehead.
made a lot of money.
The Julia
and-
Roberts vein. I'm like,
Who?
I really do get that
Lady
vein,
Julia
though. I
Roberts.
really do. But no, I'm okay. We're fine. Everything's fine. Except Scannon's still unconscious, so maybe we should go see if he's all right.
You're right. All right, let's go. Let's go. Everything's fine here too, by the way.
Good.
Wait,
You guys
we're
didn't seem
fine.
awkward at all.
No, we're
while
not
I walked
awkward.
Up.
How do we
maybe
get
we should go. A tree. A tree? Can you still do a tree stride?
I can do a tree.
Let's
We
do a
gotta
tree.
leave the city though, right? Out of respect.
No, I don't think you have to.
Oh,
Druid magic's different. It's not like showy
these
wizard
rules
magic.
confuse me, but okay.
Like the wizard magic is like Broadway musicals.
Yeah, it's like jazz hands.
Yeah, natural
And
magic.
druid magic is like modern dance.
Community theater.
Brechtian theater.
Yeah. If wizardry is Bob Fosse, druidism is Twyla Tharp.
There you go.
You know?
Wow, we went there.
That's good.
I might know my modern choreographers, okay? Let's go back to Whitestone.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so you find your way back to the
I will say. So I mean, this is dialogue that makes a lot of sense given the fact that there are 30 more episodes or however the fuck many. It's dialogue that makes a little bit less sense, or maybe not less sense, but it doesn't feel, it all makes sense within fiction, no matter what. But it feels less relevant to act out loud, to like act out these fears in like a time sensitive manner if you don't know that there's another quest coming up. And like I can imagine this if they legitimately thought like no more quests, we're in the retirement arc, we're in our victory lap. I could see him bringing this up as like a far-flung future sort of thing, like I wonder if she'll ever call to collect, that sort of situation. But not making concrete plans to go and visit the temple. Maybe he still would. I don't know, Liam. But I do sort of actively wonder how much the players knew about how much further they had to go. And I don't necessarily think that you like need to let them know that, hey, you're in the cleanups or you're in the victory lap. I don't think you need to let them know that. But I do think it has a lot of benefits if you do. Specifically in how they choose to go about interactions. Like doing that like little shopping sequence, I guess unless, no, because Laura didn't even really want to display that character growth of Vex. The other two kind of forced her into it. So it's like, I don't know. It would be surprising to me watching this if they did not at least have some inkling that there was another quest coming. And I think that is like broadly a good thing. Like I think it is. Again, I don't think you have to, and I'm a little split on it. But I think it is broadly a good thing to let players know, not necessarily how long the next arc is going to be or when it's going to start or how it's going to start, but just saying like, hey, we're in the victory lap or we're in the cleanup versus we're in a transition. I think the benefits are more numerous than the detriments. Like upsides are more numerous than downsides. But I'm not totally sure. Him wanting to go back later might just be him wanting to get back to Sam quicker. I mean, I think it is that, to be clear. I just think he would have phrased it a little bit differently. But I'm speculating. I'm speculating. I think overall, the actual advice I want to say is that I do think that players will act differently if they know that they're actually in the wrap-up. Like, I think if they actually knew they were in the wrap-up, or at least I think, that Laura probably would have more consciously acted Vex during that shopping sequence. Like, I think she probably wouldn't have... I think she would have more actively displayed her character growth. And I think that is like a good and fun thing. Like, I think that's a really fun thing for a victory lap. And if you don't let the characters know that they're in the victory lap, they may not end up doing those sorts of things. And it might be a slightly less satisfying end as a whole. And the main detriment of not letting them know that they're in a victory lap is like a sense of surprise for when the campaign ends. But I don't know that that's necessarily like a good thing. Like, surprise on when the campaign ends, I have no, like, data to back it up, but that doesn't feel right to me. Now, I've only purposefully ended one campaign, so I don't have a ton of data, I don't have a ton of experience, but I can't imagine them going in not knowing. The end of that session would feel so weird and sort of melancholy. And I don't think it has a lot of benefit otherwise, but had that happened as of now, I don't know. But it is certainly interesting to hear them talk because the things they are saying sound like they're in the wrap-up, but the way they're saying it does not sound like they're in the wrap-up.
The Abundant Terrace, where you find a similar sized tree to what you arrived in, using transport via plants. You transport yourself back to Whitestone, stepping out of the Sun Tree. Make your way where else you would like to within Whitestone.
It does not make that sound, if that's what you were trying to do. It does not sound like that.
Like a little
that is not canon. That is not canon.
I'm pretty sure that's
Fart out here.
Trees don't fart, they poot, okay?
I just said start heading towards the castle.
It's the arrow shari, man. Seriously?
I start heading towards the castle.
On the way there, I asked Percy,
Like that cantrip ghost.
I know the city's like it being rebuilt and everything, but do you think there will ever be like a pleasure hall or a house of, bosoms or, I just want to put out like a couple ideas as like a city bound up.
Of course it has one. Do I happen to know where it is or do I not?
I mean, it hasn't been
It's
really
pretty empty right
functional
now.
for a while.
I feel like it would be the sort of thing that would have just existed for fuck all ever.
No,
Yeah, I mean, the Whitestone has had. There were 2 brothels. One was destroyed in the Briarwoods run.
Is one called the House of Bosoms?
Better be.
Well,
like the
as
House of
one of
Cards
the
porno.
titled masters of Whitestone, it could very well in the near future. Just tell me so I can add it to the campaign guide.
I'll come up with something.
International house.
Yes.
Thank you.
with all the flags on it.
Oh, wow.
Would I possibly know
And 6
this?
different syrups to choose from in each room.
Oh, the silver dollar.
I don't know if I would know this.
You know what? Make a history check.
A history check? That's so okay. A natural 20.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a natural 20 with my history is a...
Poor check.
Is a,
It's a 30.
Like Percy, like no.
You've never been to it, but you recall one of your older brothers who is of age.
You're asking a question about it.
Did return and tell stories of a house of
IHOB.
flesh and pleasure.
Thank God.
You don't recall its name, but you know that it existed somewhere on the western side of the city, and within a short period of time, you could lead him to it.
okay.
And also that they serve a pancake
There's a pancake
with
breakfast.
like chocolate chips and a smiley face.
The ancient Sumerians.
I'm honestly not sure, Grog. I would really have to think about it. I don't know if such a thing exists.
Right, well, I'm just saying, like, you know, if you need to lean on me to develop that sort of the economy again, I'm here for you, buddy.
That's good to know.
Okay.
That's good to know. Excellent.
Let's go find Scanlan.
I wonder if he's awake.
Search for him wherever he might.
Okay. I will say, we are about to go into ads. I know someone asked about it in chat. I will probably, if we haven't reached ads by the time that they, like, you know, actually walk into Scanlan's room, then I might just pause and we'll go into them early.
I think strapped up and covered in mayonnaise.
Pudding.
Pudding.
So you guys find your way back to Castle Whitestone,
Oh, well.
upwards to Scanlan's room. The door's partially ajar. On the inside, you see
Okay. Yeah, we'll just run ads now. We'll run ads now. We'll take a quick break, and then we will come back, given that it seems like, you know, things are about to start happening. So let's run these and that. Ads are incoming. Take cover. And... You know, I really should make a version of this that doesn't have the minute timer on it so that I can just immediately start it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. 1x is a good point. Yeah. The good decision you you normally don't have enough insight to do. Yeah, accurate. Okay. Wait, let's see what does this work? The what are we doing today worked? What the fuck? That worked, but nothing else technical has? This is bullshit, man. This is straight bullshit. Okay. But we're going into it. Let's see. Okay, all that's working. I'm just making sure. what's up? We're back. Hello. Okay. Oh, Bird, what are you doing? Hey. Bird came to join. All right, let's do it. Sorry about no stream music. For some reason, all of my audio devices just decided to unmap themselves. Who knows why? All right, let's take a look.
Kaylee is actually asleep. She's sitting on a stool next to the bed, and her head's kind of down, and she's very lightly snoring. And there, in the bed, as you left him, is Scanlan.
His arms are still up?
Well, he's been turned.
Okay.
We've had people taking care of that.
Jeez.
Is Kaylee
Like,
sitting
they
in the
would be
chair
like
now, or is she leaning
forever
back?
No, she's
Really?
leaning back in a chair and is passed out.
Can I
Scanlan is still on the bed.
Can I please knock the legs
Like
of the
7
chair
children
out
in this
from under?
family. I think they're used to some tomfoolery.
It's up to you, Grog.
Yeah. I walk over and I just kick the back leg of the chair out so she falls down. Oh my god, these chairs are so old. Are you all right?
Oh, I'm going to remember that.
All right, man. You speed back my nuts later, sorry. Okay.
How you doing, Kaylee?
She looks groggy and slightly hungover, and is like, all right. So, you've all come back? He isn't really doing nothing. And she kind of smacks him on the side of the face and wipes some of the pudding off. You hear, just ever so faintly, as you kind of are coming out of your stupor, you hear what sounds like voices muffled, and it comes to it, you hear, it sounds like Grog, and then it sounds like Kaylee, and then something hits you in the cheek, and you feel a slight tinge of pain, like a flick, but your eyes begin to blink, and you guys watch as Scanlan begins to stir.
How long has he been like this?
Why is he
Who
covered
did
in
this to
pudding?
him?
I have no idea.
Keyleth takes a little bit of the gunk off and what is it?
Gross.
It's like a vanilla custard.
Thank God.
That's
custard?
fucking foul, Keyleth.
Look, how do you think druids discover things? Okay, someone has to figure out what's poison and what's not.
They lick them, apparently.
It's a little sour.
Ugh.
This is funny.
It's
This is funny. Was this you?
You guys hear Scanlan talking.
What's
Scanlan!
going? Hi.
Hey, buddy.
Welcome back.
How you feeling?
Where am I?
You missed all the fun.
What's going on? Where am I?
This is the afterlife, Scanlan. You've gone to the good place.
Your hands are bound up over your head currently, and you are dressed in a nightgown, and your room and yourself there's spatters of pudding everywhere.
What's going on? Why am I like this? Where am I?
You don't remember?
No. Is the dragon alive?
No, you killed it. And then we all celebrated and you had a big orgy.
Yeah, you proposed to this woman downstairs, and this is your bachelor party.
Yeah, you clearly have some very intense dreams, Scanlan.
I feel like you're fucking with me.
And you hear Kaylee's voice to the left. He goes, "Oh, you think that? Probably right true.
What are you doing here?
Well, apparently, your friends brought me along to make sure that you woke up nice and right.
They brought you here?
Aye?
Where are we? Are we in Whitestone?
We're
Yeah.
in Whitestone.
Yeah.
And the dragon is very dead. Very, very dead.
But you are not. And that's very important.
Kaylee, could you excuse us a moment?
Aye, but at the very least, and she reaches over and undoes the bindings on your wrists. Your fingers are a little numb. You pull it back and you kind of rub them instinctually. And she goes, "Don't take too long. I've got a mind to speak to you in a minute."
Kaylee,
All right. I said I couldn't predict what Scanlan was going to say. I couldn't predict the machinations of Sam Riegel's evil little mind. And I could be wrong. But given the title, given his general demeanor, I feel like bro might have gone to heaven and is very not happy to be back. I think that might be the lamenting is, and I don't know if this will be a plan. Yeah, like Buffy did. Yup, a Buffy situation. Exactly. But I feel like he's gonna fucking tell them. Because, like, Percy, one of the most standout moments of 84 to me was Percy's not philosophical, I guess, but you know, his sort of, I don't know, his sort of lamenting about being back, but he said he's very happy to be back, but he's living for other people now. His life is not his own, etc., right? This is clearly how Percy interacted with being pulled back from the brink. I feel like either maybe Sam had already kind of had that in mind spinning around. Maybe it's something that like Taliesin had offhand mentioned before, like off table, but had never interacted as Percy with. So it had been kind of floating around in Sam's mind potentially. Or he just saw last episode and maybe Percy's comment hit him like it hit me. And he thought about, man, what would it be like to be pulled back like that? Yeah. Which of the 9 hells would Scanlan have gone to? Well, maybe that is the thing. I don't know. But I've also, you know, I had my doubts about whether or not Viscon would have trapped his soul. It does seem unlikely that he would have gone to the good place. So it's tough because these things do seem unlikely. But that does kind of feel like how he's going into it. So we'll see. That's my current prediction, is that he actually might be a little mad about it.
Yay?
Thank you.
Sure. She just kind of storms past and pushes the little gnome figure, kind of pushing through the crowd of Vox Machina and out of the room.
I'm sorry I fell again. Can someone answer me one thing though? Who got Kaylee? Who brought Kaylee here?
Bex did.
Down on the bed with you. But it just seemed like the logical thing to do, dear.
Why the fuck would you do that?
Right. Well, because you see.
I promised her I wasn't going to die, and you showed her my dead body. You thought that was a good idea?
What? You'd rather she just discover it on her own?
No, I'd
This
rather
way
she
she'd have-
never know.
Scanlan. She came here. She helped bring you back. You know what that means, right?
Yes, I do, unfortunately.
You think it's bad that she cares about you?
I think it's bad that she thinks that I'm an oath breaker, that I am weak, that I failed in my promise to her,
Scanlan.
that everything she thought of me when she found me is confirmed now, that I can't be trusted and I can't protect her.
Scanlan. She thought nothing of you when you met her, all right? The fact that she showed up here and saw that you gave your life for a greater cause, that's so much more important than any promise you made.
I hope that's true.
I think it is. She didn't run away. And after the fact, she stayed here and looked after you?
You should have heard her play.
I did. I think. I heard music. I heard Pike.
Wait. You heard?
I heard voices. I heard Pike saying a poem, and I heard someone playing music.
Oh. Was that it?
Yes.
All your daughter knows is that you stood against great evil, overtaking an entire continent. That's nothing to sneeze at, Scanlan.
She also knows that I fell, and that my friends thought it would be funny to put me in a fucking nightgown and spread pudding all over me
That was me.
and bring my lifeless body and show her how weak her father is. That's what she saw. I made a promise and I broke it and you proved it to her. And I wish you hadn't meddled in my affairs. I don't have many things that I care about. And I don't have anything that cares about me.
That's a lie.
That is bullshit.
It's definitely
Full
untrue.
bullshit.
What? You think you care about me?
Yeah.
Yes, asshole, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. You're right. You like me because I make jokes and I play songs and I give you a warm place to stay at night and I feed you fucking chicken and I heal you in battle. But you don't really care about me. Come on. Let's be honest with each other. You don't really give a shit about me,
I've
do you?
changed my outlook on life because of you. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course we all love you. You could crush me
Prove it.
in a second.
Prove it.
How?
What do you want us to do?
We traveled into the fucking 9 hells to get Pike a suit of armor. We went and battled a city of vampires so Percy could feel good about his name. We fought Goliaths for Grog. We've traveled across planes of existence so you could fix your fucking daddy issues. But you've never done anything for me. Ever. You've never risked anything. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me. What's my mother's name? What's her name? Easy question. Died in front of me. Killed by a goblin. Biggest part of my life. What's her name? My father. Is he alive or dead? How old am I? Where's my fucking dog? You don't care about me.
We did get your dog.
Did you?
No, we didn't.
No, we did. I searched.
I've asked you your age.
I thought I did the magic search.
No.
Fucking hell.
It's fine. I'm just a little hungover for being dead, and I just have been thinking for a while that, you know, Grog has Pike, Vax has Keyleth, Percy has Vex, but Scanlan has no one, and I had one chance at one real relationship with my daughter, and I feel like you gone and fucked it up too. Because you don't really know me, and you don't really know what my relationship is with her, or what I promised her, or anything really. And it's fine. When I met you all, I was just a funny little man playing songs, and that's all I'll ever really be. And that's okay, because I can take care of myself.
You don't have to, Scanlan. Nobody knew that any of this was going on. How many times have we asked you if you're all right and you just laugh and joke? We can't help you if you don't tell us what's going on.
I don't need your help.
Well, apparently you do, darling.
Well, I don't like that very much at all.
Well, get used to it. Nobody likes needing someone.
Scanlan, do you think any of us could have gotten here without each other? I thought you knew that more than the rest of us. Maybe we just thought you didn't need us as much as you felt like we didn't.
I thought you were the only one who had everything figured out.
I did too.
Well, then I must be a very good liar.
You are.
You are.
I've thought for months. What haven't I got figured out that Scanlan has got figured out? I've been trapped in the mud for months. Wondering what I could do to get where you are. Scanlan, you fucking saved the world with us. And if your daughter can't see that, then she can't see anything.
Yeah. If you really respected me, you wouldn't pick me up like some sort of dwarf and pick me up and put me down and take off your fucking armor and treat me like a fucking child.
You've thrown some of us like baseballs. I don't know what that is.
Scanlan, do you wish we wouldn't have brought you back? Should we not have done
I
that?
just wish you wouldn't have brought her into this.
Scanlan,
I had one shot with her, and now how will I ever show her that I can be trusted? How will I ever show her that I
Well,
can
maybe
protect
you should
her?
fucking talk to her.
Yeah, you think you are a better father than most of us have ever had.
You're right. I should talk to her.
You should.
I should.
Don't
And
treat
I
her like
will.
a fucking sacred object. Treat her like a daughter,
Fine.
Scanlan.
You're right. I will. I'll talk to her. Listen, I don't know what adventure we're going on next, but I think you should go without me.
Really?
Vex is right. I should talk to her. I should be here for her. I don't know why I wasn't with her in the first place. I didn't need to go with you to kill the dragons. I should have just been with her in the first place. I was probably just scared to. I should just be her father and stay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. No, I will not go whoring with you one more time.
No, I was going to ask you what your mother's name is.
Miss Juniper.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Thank you for asking.
Is your father still alive?
I don't really know. He makes things. Made things, I don't know. His name is Vikul.
I'm glad you're back. Whatever you want to do now that you are, it's up to you, mate.
I'm sorry if we had selfish intentions.
We did. I'm selfish.
Well, yeah, Grog knows what I'm trying to say.
We didn't think about those things. We didn't. We thought about what you meant to us. It may not feel like much. To us, it feels like a bit. But now that you're here,
And Scanlan, as much as you can say that you were just the funny guy who played music and made jokes, I don't think you realize how desperately we need that. That's nothing to scoff at. That's not a talent that many of us naturally possess. You've taught me so much about the brightness of the world and to look at the light side of things.
I guess it's just easier to laugh at the world when you don't care about it.
But that's not true. You do care.
I know.
That's why he's an asshole now.
We've never had one conversation, you and I, about my mother. Where my sister and I came from. Did you know Thordak killed her?
I think that's come up.
We've never talked about it. Not once. Because I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't push into your private life. If you wanted to talk to me, and you did, about your daughter, we did. We talked in the sewers of Western about your daughter because you wanted to talk about her. We love you, Scanlan, and if you want to talk about your mother or your father, we will. You have not been exactly forthcoming.
That's fair. I haven't been. But I also don't have anyone, I have to take care of myself. That's all.
We have survived a fucking hellscape, all of us.
I didn't.
You are standing before me, talking to me. You did.
I did not. I died
That's
twice
fucking semantics,
in a row.
Short Halt. You've been brought back. You're standing here. Your daughter is there and needs you.
I'm being kept alive by some fucked up weird magic. Before I met you people, I would have never... The worst I would have gotten in is a bar fight. And I would have won, because I would have been a liar and a cheater. And now I didn't help any of you in the last fight. I didn't do anything. The fight before that, I didn't do anything.
What about the
I'm
30
useless.
before that?
No, you're not.
I'm
No,
I'm out of my league. I'm out of my league. Listen, it was fun. It's fun. It really has been fun to travel with 6 legends. It's fun. It's fun to say that your friends are legendary fighters. It's fun.
Excuse me. Speaking as someone who has been fucking depressed for a long time, look me in the eye. I was shit for months.
And you're one of the main reasons I am out of that now. We would be dead, all of us, if it weren't for you. The first time we fought Raishan, we would all be dead. You are in a pity party right now, and I know you're hurting, and I'm sorry you're hurting, and I love you. But you are lying to yourself that you've been of no use to us. You are lying to yourself. If you want to retire, if you want to go off with your daughter, that's fucking wonderful. I encourage you to do it, but don't lie to yourself.
Well, that's just it. I'm a really good liar.
Scanlon.
Just give me some time.
Hey guys. We're friends, right? Are we friends?
Worse. Family.
That's fair.
And for fuck's sake, sir, I will say I died in that fight too.
It's not fun, is it?
No. And let me tell you something. Because whatever lie you were trying to feed your daughter out there about the man she thought you might be, that you just thought you could tell her and then she would walk away and never actually meet you or get to know you. So that maybe she would never see what a shit you can be. And you can be a shit. That fucking girl out there is a shit too. She's a miserable, lying shit. Mm-hmm. And for fuck's sake, the thing that brought her back here was the things about you that you don't like about yourself, and don't think that they don't count either. You're a shitty person, we know. That's not the fucking point. The point is for just one moment, once in a blue bloody moon, you come through in a way that others can't. And you do it, and we love you for it, and you are worthwhile. There's a reason we just nearly went mad trying to bring you back. And it was not pity. And we didn't we brought her here so that maybe she would snap you out of wherever the fuck you were going to. And I know you're not out of there yet. I've been where you are, and I know it's shit. And I would really recommend, as somebody who misses an awful lot of people, that you are honest with that girl and maybe discover that she actually likes you as a person. Because you're actually likable as a person, I know. It's coming out of my mouth. I can feel the shit from it, but it's true. For fuck's sake. Get to know her and stop making false promises that you can protect her and you'll always be there. Because you can't and you won't. No one can. And you're fucking lying. And it's sick. Be a man. Be a man. I've seen you be a man. I know you can fucking do it. And when you're done with that, and we will leave you with that fucking shit girl, I would like you to look up my parents' name. You can find it on every 5th hallway in this fucking city. And I'm out.
Leave the room? Yeah. Okay, as you push the door open, it's still partially ajar, and as you push it open, leaning against the wall just by the door is Kaylee, and you can see she has tears streaming down her face.
I give her a big hug, a kiss on the forehead.
She doesn't let you. As soon as you go for her, she just kind of smacks it away, turns into the room.
Okay, dude. Okay, whew. Man. There's a lot, but I didn't want to pause it. Keep going? Is it not over yet? This seemed like the first actual place I could pause it. Okay, all right, we'll keep going.
And just walks past everyone and grabs her bag off the ground, slings it over her shoulder, grabs her violin case. So you coming?
Yeah.
Grab your things. Be waiting for you downstairs. And she walks out.
Really?
Just like that.
I have to.
Where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna be a short halt for a while. And I'm just gonna figure out what that means. And it's great being part of a team, but you gotta know who you are first. So I gotta go figure that out. And I gotta go figure out what she is too. And when I do, I'll come back and find you. And if you really need a place to stay, I advise you to buy some tents, because you won't have a mansion anymore. I know you'll be fine, because you all have each other. But for now, I just have to have me for a while. I love you all. I even love Percy and his parents, Frederick and Johanna. And I'll go with Kaylee.
Wait. I reach in the bag of holding and I grab my salt lick rock. I toss it to Scanlan.
What's this?
It's yours now. When you miss us, I know you will, give it a lick.
All right, I will.
You got the gate stone off the end table where we left it with him and hand it over to you as well.
You'll need this.
I'd rather it go to you.
When Vex tries to give you something, you take it. All right. Don't die.
Scanlan. We'll miss you.
I hope so. And, well, you said I was right. Let's pick up that conversation later. I'll go out the door.
Okay. As he walks down the hall, he hears feet across the stonework echo quieter and quieter until you can't hear it anymore. You all stand in stunned silence in the chamber.
Okay. Look, I I got no problem with people telling me that I should pause or unpause. I feel no compulsion to follow it. But it's good to know where people at least think pause points are. Man. Out of everything it could have been, I would have never imagined Sam fucking Riegel taking, obviously 8 years ago, clearly he was looking into the future, taking my critique that I have leveled at him for months, years of my life at this point, and hinged the entire thing off of it. I always said it, and I reiterated right before this, that there has always been, it feels like, two Scanlans. And my base level, when we first started, back in the 10s and 20s, was, man, Scanlan has these flaws that no one at the table will interact with. that means they're not flaws. That means that there are two Scanlans. There's a Scanlan they interact with, and there is the other Scanlan that does these other things that they don't acknowledge. And I always talked about that as like a meta construct, right? I always discuss that as an issue of metagaming and of as an issue of metagaming and as an issue of there being a character to the players versus the characters. And for Sam to clearly see that, who knows if he always started off seeing it? I kind of doubt it. But at some point, he became aware of exactly, the kind of stuff that I was talking about. And he has flipped it. And even the other players at the table, Liam's or Vax's speech about how, you haven't exactly been forthcoming. We've tried to ask you this, etc., etc. Is the uninteractable nature, right? That is exactly the problem. That's exactly the problem, is that there was this incredibly flawed Scanlan hiding somewhere, but no one could interact with him. No one, he did not allow them to, and to his point and credit, because I give him a little bit more credit in here, I would truly say that they didn't really try to. Out of everyone, I come out of this agreeing mostly with Scanlan and Grog. It is tough. It is tough. But no one truly has given a personal shit about him beyond what he has given them. And we've said occasionally Mega is Scanlan, or Mega is Sam, but boy, oh boy, do I have rarely, I would say, felt like I related to Scanlan. But in this speech, man, especially when I was younger, I got very bullied in middle school for displaying who I truly was. And then in high school, I became much more aware of how I could mold how people saw me. And it wasn't just, and this is what I get from Scanlan, it's not that Scanlan was pretending at any point. He is everything that he showed to them. They just never gave a shit about learning about him beyond that. It's not that he created a fake person or a fake persona. It's not even. I think the one thing that they're all incredibly wrong about is that Scanlan is lying at any point. I think Scanlan's been very honest. He's just not seeing all of it. He's only showing bits and pieces of himself. He is the funny bard. He is the person that will make them laugh and make them see on the brighter side. He has those pieces inside of him. But he also has other pieces. And we as humans are complex creatures. We can hold contradictory, dissonant views simultaneously. So I think that even one of his final lines of, I'm a really great liar, I don't think it is lying. It is believing two things that are contradictory. And we all do that, just to varying degrees. And it is... And there's another part of it that I talked about during the resurrection, when they were all talking about Scanlan and the things that he would do. And I talked about how, he's kind of a grand gestures sort of person, it seems. And that is not how you actually, repair a relationship. I think that's the thing he's the most wrong about. I don't even think he truly believes it yet, that he actually just has to put in the time. I think he thinks that is wrong. I think he thinks it's incorrect, but it's his only choice now. And he's angry at them because they took away his grand gesture, his grand promise, And I think the thing that is really telling to me and why I ultimately, in this argument, I think I ultimately side with Scanlan, is that they did not know how much he would hate Kaylee being there. Because none of them understood him. None of them understood his relationship with Kaylee. They assumed. They were willing to do whatever it took to get him back, regardless of how he felt about it. They didn't even take time to consider if he would want Kaylee there. Really. They just did it. Regardless of if it's, a grand promise or what have you, they just wanted him back. Percy was so sure they needed Kaylee there. They was. And rubbed pudding in the wound, no less. Yeah. Yeah. It is this, and it's so funny because I also I gestured at the fact that I couldn't imagine Scanlan serious. And oh boy, how serious he got. But even more so, him talking about them, like the prank that they're pulling on him. It's like, if you respected me, you wouldn't do this. They could not imagine. They could not picture a world where he wouldn't want a joke. They not even could they not picture it. They didn't even try to picture a world where he wouldn't find it better that they played this joke on him, right? And so it's, yeah. In their defense, I think they brought Kaylee thinking it would be what Scanlan wanted. They were wrong, but I think they made the choice for Scanlan and not for themselves. I would have to rewatch the episode, but I don't think I agree. I truly... They assumed he'd want his daughter there because that's what they would have wanted, and not considering that he wanted something different. I think that I agree with that. My kind of point, and I think Scanlan's point largely, is that they just don't think about him. they understand each other's complexities. Even if, Vax was wrong, well, he wasn't wrong in retrospect. I just think the roleplay was weird. He pulls Keyleth aside to talk to her about the stress of leadership after the Thordak fight. That is a very personal thing to her that he does not have to do with everyone else. He does it with her. Now you can say it's because they have a special relationship. But no one does that with Scanlan. And the only one who tried a handful of times, it was frankly very bad at it. I'm just going to be very frank and honest. Not good at digging down into and getting past someone's walls if they don't want to talk. Not the most proficient in that regard. So it is, I do think that is the point where I ultimately agree with Scanlan, is that they did not care to know the real him. And frankly, if they had thought about the persona that he was putting off, they should have realized that it wasn't all that it was cracked up to be. And they didn't know it because of their own flaws. Vax talking about how I thought you had everything figured out. I've been depressed for months. We know that about him. But him putting Scanlan on a pedestal like that, Scanlan knew that. And if you put someone on a pedestal like that, that makes them even more reluctant to open up. If you're constantly telling somebody, how do you have it so figured out? How are you so great at this? And they know that they have all these turmoils inside, that everything is hanging on the knife's edge of this one oath. Yeah, they're not going to talk about that. If they know that your depressive spiral is being held at bay by their image of perfection and of having it all figured out, why would they tell you that that's not the case? So it's this. It's a lot of assuming. It's someone who is a very good liar. Or not even, and you know what? Again, I will say it. I don't consider it really lying. I think he is all of those things. He just showed only his strength and hid all of his flaws. Or, they were shown in such a way that they weren't really interacted with as if they were real. Going back to, my 10-20 episode thing. When Scanlan shits on the bed, all of them interacted in a way that said, you can't possibly have a flaw that made you think it was okay to shit on the bed. You're just really pushing the edge of comedy. All of them interacted in a way that ignored the flawed parts of his behavior. They took all of the bad, really bad things that he did, and they only interacted with the surface level good things, or brushed off the bad things and the flaws. No wonder he didn't open up. Man. Never did I think that I would spend this time defending Scanlan after this. I thought that the fallout of this episode and of this scene, this sequence, was going to be me talking about, man, it's going to be, I don't know, we're going to see, maybe he can fulfill that. Maybe You know, he can grow in that way. Maybe he has learned something. I know he's learned something. Fucking kudos to, I don't want to spend a ton of time clapping because I don't think that'll be good on mic, but he has, this is his moment of character growth. No matter what happens next, he has showed more than he wanted to. He has actually, he may not have been lying to them, but he has been fully honest with them for maybe one of the first times ever. Again, I will defend Scanlan that I don't really consider him to have lied often in this. But I think maybe for the first time, he was actually really honest with them. Fully honest, didn't hide anything. It makes sense back and forth. Another, whether Scanlan wasn't vulnerable enough to them or whether they weren't curious enough to them, both feel true. I agree. I think it is... there is a lack of vulnerability and a lack of curiosity, and it is hinging on both Sam not wanting to display his flaws and them not wanting to view Scanlan as flawed. It is these dueling desires that both of them have. They're both culpable in that. Yeah. Which just feeds into Scanlan's insecurity. Absolutely. Oh, man. And what RP? Yeah. Like, no matter which in-fiction perspective I agree with or not, fantastic RP. Fantastic. All across the board. I saw a lot of Travis love earlier. I do find Travis is the most compelling, but I found the others compelling in different ways. I found the way that Vax seems to almost be breaking down as this person that he put on a pedestal is falling off of it. I see Vex and Keyleth just being confused. Just saying this isn't what I thought was going on, and him saying, yeah, that's the fucking point. Percy, the person who is known for one-liners and for incredibly succinct messaging and points, is rambling, is stringing totally incoherent thoughts together like his name is Megaphone Man. It's madness. Percy rarely rambles like that. I can't think of a time where he has been that wordy and that uncontrolled in his speech. And he's bouncing from topic to topic. He is insulting Scanlan because Percy's a bit of a dick. Like, it's this... But he's also the closest. As he says, he is the closest to experiencing what Scanlan experienced, and he's coming away from it differently. But Percy's also not the most introspective of persons. And so he says, well, look, I handled it, and I'm not walking away. Buck up, kiddo. Fucking handle it. I'm handling it so healthily. I'm handling it so healthily, and you can too. And then Grog, I do think, is one of, if not the only people, that ever did understand Scanlan. And if I am really reading into it, I mean, this is giving Sam a lot of credit for thoughtfulness, but after that scene, I feel fine ascribing that credit and that amount of thoughtfulness. I think that Scanlan said that he couldn't hear Grog because his speech, Grog is the only one it doesn't apply to. I think that all in all, Grog, more than any of them, saw Scanlan for who he actually was. And I think that that is why Sam said that he couldn't hear Grog's plea, because that would implicitly loop him in with all of this negativity that he is expounding upon. Actually, the reason Sam said he didn't hear Grog's speech is because Matt told him, Scanlan, no! Damn it! Oh, he didn't roll high enough. That's right. Well, dang it. Oh, well. That would have been really fun otherwise. Damn. But yeah, man. It is very, I think Sam looked it up, but I love that he came back with parents' names. Oh, absolutely. I don't think he actually memorized it. Oh, man. Percy really did say that your daughter's a miserable shit. Percy is just kind of a dick, man. Sometimes. But sometimes it hits at some truths that other people can't. Oh, man. Yeah, we can get a headcanon on it, though. I feel like there's two layers here, and analysis has to address both. In world, the characters made mistakes and misjudgments. Above the table is fascinating RP that Sam wanted to make happen. Oh, yeah. This entire segment of RP, I mean, even me talking about the things that Percy is saying, I think it is incredibly good given where Percy is at right now. Like, frankly, Scanlan is being substantially more honest about his experience and his opinions about death and about the party bringing him back than Percy was. Percy had to get plastered to even kind of whisper it to two people, to even give them a little bit of insight on it. And even then, it was a little bit hazy. I think it is very, really, really good RP for him to be so flustered about this, given his personal... Again, given that I think in this case, Percy is hiding more than Scanlan about his true feelings. He's projecting because he would want his dead parents back. Oh, he would want his dead parents back, but also he has felt things similar to what Sam is feeling, and he did not have the guts to actually express it. As he is telling Scanlan that he should have the guts to go and interact with Kaylee. And he's right. He is right. The one promise, the grand gesture, doesn't do it. That's what I'm saying. Percy's correct. But I love the role play and the tone and the way that he constructs it, because it shows, I think, how truly uncomfortable Percy is. Percy is a person that normally has the situation pretty under control. And he's still trying to be there for Scanlan. He's not trying to be malicious, I don't think. I think he's truly trying to be helpful, but Scanlan's got him all fucked up. Yeah. And Grog, the simplest one out of all of them, just tries to move forward. He understands the thing that Scanlan not even that Scanlan has learned yet, that Scanlan hasn't even had time to learn. We're going to say no ads. Maybe I'll run them after we're finished talking about it, because I do kind of have to pee. But the ultimate answer, the ultimate thing that you do next, if you do believe in the grand gestures, and if you actually do care about Kaylee, right? And the grand gesture fails, then the only thing to do is quietly and deliberately move forward and be there consistently. Scanlan has to go off with Kaylee right now. Just like that. Just like that. And it doesn't matter what the four of them say to Scanlan. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they tell him, no, actually, man, you're super wrong. You know how you feel like we don't take an interest in you as a person, that we just view you as an archetype and a character? Your feelings about that are actually very wrong. And here's some evidence. You can look around the castle and see my parents' names. What's my father's name? We're doing this tit for tat. That's not the point. He feels like it. You're not going to talk him out of it. The only thing to do is ask. The grand gesture has failed. Bringing him back. Having Kaylee be there. I can fully believe that they thought that was the way to go about it. I think they thought they were doing what was best. But they were wrong. The grand gesture failed, and all you can do is slowly and decisively move forward. And that's all that Grog does. It's really good. It's really good. I love that Bax encourages Scanlan to be with his daughter in the end, because that's what he would have liked from his own father. Yeah. I don't know how you decided about Tox Machina. I just haven't involved it. It would be extra homework that has all sorts of possible negative repercussions with it. Yeah. There was someone that asked a repeating question. Oh, there we go. Do we hypothesize that he told Matt he was going to leave Vox Machina and to have Kaylee there to roleplay it? I don't know. I think that's a valid hypothesis. I think that that's very valid. But I also, I don't know. I think that I don't have any evidence for this, obviously, but imagining myself in Sam's shoes, which is something that before now is what was a little difficult for me, but now I'm finding much easier. Putting myself in Sam's shoes, I I imagine myself watching that funeral sequence. And I had a lot of I had a lot of nice things to say, but also a lot of not nice things to say about the funeral sequence. I did talk about a little bit of what Sam hit on here, what Scanlan hit on here, of like, man, like Scanlan was kind of a shit person. Like, they're talking about how much they need him back and how they need him. But like, and like when we talked about how Vax like begs the Raven Queen for a moment, but then realizes that it's kind of futile. They were thinking about what Scanlan does for them. First and foremost. And I stand by that. I would say that maybe they considered what he might want. But I would bet that if we go back and watch them talk about getting Kaylee back, it is not framed in such a way of he would want her there. I would bet that it is framed as she will be able to bring him back. It is not about him. It's about getting him back. And I think that watching that might have solidified a lot of this for Sam. I don't know. I'm not in his brain. I'm not in his mind. I have no idea. But if I was Sam watching it, and I assume that, and I'm assuming that he doesn't have this pre-planned, and I watch the sequence of episodes where I'm dead, and I see what they do and how they interact, I think I see a very, not only a reasonable direction, but a very likely direction. Honestly, I did not know. I don't want to say I didn't think Sam would have the guts, but it's more just like I just couldn't picture Sam being this serious. But yeah. And it's not like they were hurting because of him not knowing some things about him. They only brought it up after he complained, as if to say, but what about this? I'm only mentioning to be equal. Yeah? The tone shift, yeah. Yeah. Of course, don't watch talks on stream, but it's available in archive form. No, I know. It's just whatever additional context it could provide would then be hard to slate into the normal format, and it's not necessary. And again, even talking about what I saw, like if I went and watched a Talks episode off of stream, just coming back on would then possibly encourage people to go watch it, which I don't know that Critical Role would want people watching it. I'm not sure, because they took it down, But yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely not the recent Age of Umber shows. No. Sam's gone forever. Vax even had a line a couple episodes ago that he's clutching a fight and that without his spells, he's just a dude. Yeah. That hit on this point more than I realized. Yeah. I think there's some element of being like, we're not going to let Sam's character die, which is different from considering Scanlan's perspective in world. Well, that is the complicated thing about this, right? It's not necessarily that this is how would I say it? This isn't the only time they have not considered Scanlan's perspective in world. This is just the most blatant. This is just the most maybe high profile case of they didn't consider Scanlan's perspective in world. Scanlan's point is that they never consider his perspective in world. This is just the most knockdown, drag out time. Like, he's saying, it's fine, I'm just hungover from being dead. But he also says, like, there are very few things that I care about. He's okay with them not considering his perspective normally, but this crossed a line because them not considering his perspective on this is ultimately, like, that's the red line for him. Them not considering his perspective on Kaylee, which is one of the only things that he loves. And they even said it. Of like, the question is not, we're not going to let Sam's character die. They brought that up during the conversation of, would you have rather us just let you die? And he says, no, I just wouldn't want you to involve her. Right? They didn't consider his perspective on not only like, would he want to be revived, but would he want Kaylee there? Which is a whole different mental discussion and mental consideration that not only did they not do, but they didn't even think about possibly doing it. None of them have kids. Scanlan is the only father, and they did not even consider that he might not want his daughter to watch and be given hope that he might come back. Like, what if the resurrection failed? If the resurrection fails, you have caused so much more pain to Kaylee. Just for the increased chance that her presence might bring him back. And I think if you ask Scanlan, none of them did, and he didn't bring it up, but I feel relatively confident that if you ask Scanlan that direct, like, quote, is it worth the risk of causing Kaylee a ton of pain for a potential increase to the likelihood that you come back? Even if she doesn't have to be there. Say they just have to go and stab her or something. I don't know. I think 11 days of the week, he says, do not involve Kaylee. Do not risk causing her pain. She's the only thing I love. You can all get fucking bent. I don't care if you want me back. Don't touch Kaylee. And they didn't consider that. You know? Boo. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, it's so hard. I want to go back and read things, but it's so hard. If someone has an interesting comment and I don't read it or I skip over it, feel free to repost it because I'm having to skip back to current often. Yeah. I also just think to add on to that point, if you look at VM and see who would leave due to interconflict or other reasons, I think Scanlan is very low on the list, arguably the bottom. Who you would think, because it is so undisplayed. Yeah. Yeah. I feel bad for someone who has to make a video about this scene at some point in the future. Ugh. Good luck with that, Mike. At least I can ramble. You have to make a script. Ooh, good luck. Oh. In the act of doing something, the content of what to do is just as important as the medium or means by which you do it. McLuhan's medium is the message is present here. I think I know what you're referring to, but yeah. Man. Is there a room during session 0 for PCs talking about reviving at all costs or DNR? I think that Resurrection in general should have a very prominent place, or not prominent, but I think it should have an explicit place in session 0. Talking about how easy it is, how accessible it is, What are the costs of it? Because it is a tone-defying thing. Resurrection, the way that people get resurrected, the things that they experience while they're resurrected. Yeah. I think there is absolutely room for it. And honestly, I think there is something to be said for something of a DNR. But I ultimately think that, in this particular situation, I guess my short answer to that is yes. But my slightly longer answer is I don't even know that that is particularly relevant. It would have been relevant if it was the Buffy the Vampire Slayer bit. But this is not necessarily about the fact that they brought him back. It's about their methodology that they used, the lines they were willing to cross to bring him back. That's the ultimate issue, which that could also be a session 0 discussion. But frankly, I think if they knew more about Scanlan, it wouldn't have needed a session 0 discussion, I think that with a character like Scanlan, this is just the way that things were going to go. If Sam was willing to take it seriously, which I was unsure if he was, but he clearly is. Yeah. He did say explicitly that she died in front of him. Seeing your dad's dead body does traumatize a person. It does. Yeah. Possibly my favorite bit from all this is when he mentioned that his mother was killed by a goblin. It totally recontextualizes the conversation with Jared a bit. What do you think about people possibly trying to recreate this at their tables? I think it ultimately depends on how willing the players at the table are to challenge meta assumptions. And I'll give an example of that. Of in my game that I'm running right now, we decided to hand wave how the party got together and why they stay together. Just full on hand wave it. The characters as a group have very little reason to stay together. But we broadly hand waved it, and there's a very simple, basic reasoning for it. And they all have their individual reasons for being out adventuring, so there's not a huge amount of conflict there. And they made those reasons very goal independent. So it's not like they are out there to accomplish a goal, and then once that goal is accomplished, they would want to go back to not adventuring anymore. They made their goals very lifestyle and passion oriented. So they just want to adventure, and they're good with adventuring with each other. However, I also know, so I'm not going to challenge that. And I doubt that any of my players will challenge that in terms of RP. That is a specific subset of assumptions that my table has basically blocked off as we're not challenging that. We're just kind of ignoring that. But there are other assumptions that my table is actively challenging. About the kind of nature of what do the characters know? What are they willing to share with each other about their past? There's a lot of character details that the assumption is kind of right, the assumption is if you can cast magic, you probably know how you can cast magic, or you're a sorcerer. That is not the case with one of my players. One of my players has no idea how they cast magic. And often other players will ask them questions about magic, and they have to play it off like they actively deceive and decept. And everyone knows that they're doing it. Everyone's on the same page about that. So that is a set of assumptions that my table is willing to challenge and address. In this case, there is an assumption that, and someone kind of brought it up, of like, we want to resurrect you no matter the cost. Right. The assumption, I think, at a lot of D&D tables is that you as a player will want to keep playing your same character. If they die, you will not want them to stay dead. Because it's very rare, I think, broadly, for player journey or for character journeys to end early. I think that is an assumption that is broadly harmful. Truly. I think more character journeys should end prematurely to the rest of the campaign. Because sometimes it just makes sense. And sometimes it is the more satisfying version of that character for everyone involved. And so when it comes to recreating this, I think you have to have a table of players that is full on ready to have their assumptions about characters and about what a player would want for their character. I think they need to be willing to have those assumptions challenged. Right. Because I think that Sam would have ultimately said he would rather not have been resurrected than be resurrected involving Kaylee. Like, they should have just tried without Kaylee. That is what Scanlan would have wanted. Now, again, you know, you have to be really willing to, again, challenge these things and like ride along with it and know that people are acting as their characters and not necessarily their players. The other players could then go, okay, but my character, given their flaws, is not going to accept that. They are going to want to revive you no matter what. And then the player that's playing Scanlan would just say, okay, there will be like RP consequences for that. And you have to be willing, and I will say very plainly, brave enough as a player to follow through on that. If there is irreconcilable differences amongst characters that would mean that they cannot travel together anymore, then one of them should stop. Or maybe both of them should stop. And I think that there is like a degree of like you have to be, but that is like the players have to be ready and willing for that sort of stuff. If they are not all willing to take on that, if they're, I've said a couple times, they're not brave enough to do that. That's okay. You know, D&D does not have to be serious, frankly. D&D can just be fun and silly. And it can just be like, you know, you hear about like beer and chips games. That's a common term for a type of D&D game, is a beer and chips game. Beer and chips games are just as valid as this sort of game, if that's the game you want to play with your friends, and that's the most satisfying experience for you. But if you want to have a game like Vox Machina, then there are certain things that you need to be willing to do and to be okay with as a player. And I think if you're not willing to do those things, you shouldn't try to replicate it. Because these guys are willing to do that. For me, this scene is very done by professionals. Do not try at home. I think you could try this at home. Truly. I think you could try this at home. You just have to all be on the same page about what you are trying, you know. It'd be like going into something where you think that the game is paintball and it's actually like airsoft, or vice versa. You know, the expectations just have to be there, I think. During the res last session, Kaylee stands over his body and in tears. She slaps the body and screams, "You promised me." Yeah. 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 So the question is, does Sam Riegel scare you more now or less than when you wrote the title? Oh man, it's tough. It's very tough to say. Probably more. Range is dangerous. He was less scary when I knew he didn't have this range. If they didn't bring Kaylee here, Scanlan probably would have never tried to be honest and vulnerable or build a real relationship with her. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, we can say, be separate from all of this, that this might work out best for Scanlan. But there is the core concept, the core thing that he is saying. He's not even saying, like when they bring up to him, and when Percy says, and when a couple of them say, you just need to go and be there for her. You just need to go and be there for her. It's not this one big thing. It's not that she doesn't care if you're an oath breaker, et cetera, et cetera. When they say that to him, he goes, maybe. I don't know, maybe. I hope you're right. That's not the overall issue here. The overall issue is not whether or not they did what is right for him. The overall issue is that they had selfish intentions. They were not bringing him back in order to facilitate him having an improved relationship with Kaylee. They did not know he was going to break down like this. They did not recall his oath. We cannot ascribe that much altruism to their actions. They did not realize that this would be best for him. And that's the ultimate issue, I would say. I don't see this working at any table. What is not doing it for a job without turning it into a personal attacks to the person that is not that character? I think it depends. Like, I have played with people that this would certainly not be possible with. I have played with players who cannot separate, the player and the character that well. And it's, they have it similarly with a lot of games. And they've actually, I'm referencing a specific person. If you're watching, you've gotten a lot better. You've gotten way, way better. But especially when we were growing up, they would have a lot of issues of taking real life stuff and applying it to strategy in games. Like, oh, I'm mad at this person in real life. I'm mad at them in the game. And vice versa. Someone fucks them over in a game. They're mad at them in real life. That sort of player, absolutely not. Absolutely not. They would not be able to handle this. But I definitely think there are players who could. I think there are. They did him a favor bringing Kaylee in? Yeah, in retrospect, but their intent was not to do him a favor. Oh, man. I think it's fine to try anything RP-wise as long as people are fine saying, hey, I don't like how that turned out. Can we go forward like that didn't happen? In game, it's a game, you can retcon things. Absolutely. And that's why things like lines and veils are there. That's why safety tools like the red X are there. You slide the X out into the table and that says hey, let's stop this right now. If one of these players was uncomfortable and slid out the X during this whole situation with Scanlan, they could have figured it out. Now, Critical Role probably can't, unfortunately, because of the actual play of it all. But at a home table, you absolutely have that as an option, right? If people are starting to get frustrated in real life and they don't feel as though it is going well, that's what things like the Red X are for. Yeah. Yeah. What is number one? No spoilers. Oh, yeah. May now know why critters start to panic when Sam goes quiet for a long time. Lol. Yeah. Yeah. I have a whole rant about how the X card doesn't actually work in my experience, but that's a side topic. Fair enough. We can go more generally with safety tools broadly. If there is I think that there should be a safety tool in general at every table to discuss things ongoing. Like, I don't really, or at least I haven't had it necessary to utilize something like the Red X at any of my tables. But I talk all the time about how every single session I have like a recap afterward of like, hey, how did that go? How did everyone feel? Any notes on my DMing? Any notes on each other's playing? So that is essentially a safety tool in that way. And that is where we might discuss that sort of thing. So yeah, I think some sort of ongoing safety tool, because lines and veils are great, but they are set up in session 0. And the reality of the game will involve edge cases that you didn't predict at the start. So I think every table should have some sort of safety tool that handles new things, like ongoing things that might come up in a session. However they do handle that. So who's your least favorite character now, huh? Probably Vax. If I'm being really, really honest with you, it's probably Vax. Maybe Vex. It's probably one of the twins. Maybe Keyleth. It's one of these 3. It's definitely not Percy. Unfortunately, I think Keyleth's character development has been largely hamstrung by meta critique factors of she doesn't want to take up too much air in the room. And then the twins have such a strong aversion to talking about things that it is, and they seem very caught up in their own world. They're very self-obsessed. Which, to be fair, he's fate touched. I don't actually blame Vax for being very self-obsessed. If we're talking about least favorite characters, this is the one that I personally like the least, and not the one that I think is the worst. If we're talking about like the worst character, I think really unfortunately, it is probably Keyleth, but I do think that is almost entirely because of meta factors. Because she started off as one of my favorites, and so many parts of her personality have gotten dropped over the course of the campaign. And certain things have gotten honed in on, certainly. But I can feel, in the same way that I can sometimes feel the tension of online critique shaping Matt's DMing, I really feel it shaping who the character of Keyleth is. And I think that has formed Keyleth into a worse character as a whole, unfortunately. But the one that I like the least is certainly Vax. This is the one that I would least want in my blunt rotation. Yeah. But I know, but Scanlan is convinced is dying. I don't know what we're going on with that. Does this episode help enhance the substance abuse plotline now that we know how important the promise was to him for Scanlan and how using was his coping mechanism for his insecurities and anxieties? There's this really interesting thing about Scanlan that I will say it makes the substance abuse plotline make more sense. But Scanlan doesn't seem to really have an addictive personality. He seems to mostly be pursuing drugs because he thinks it's what he should be pursuing. And that is fine. That is fine as a plot line. Like, I got no problem with that. But it does, like, and I will say, I never thought that the substance abuse plotline like didn't make sense. I just thought he was a really shitty person for the way that he pursued it. Like, Scanlan is a really shitty person. And that doesn't really change with this. Like, being depressed, which I have a lot of experience with, Just gonna put it out there. A lot of experience with it. Current experience with it right now. Depression does not give you license to be a dickhead. Like, it helps me understand why you might be doing it. But in the same way that, like, I don't give people license, like, oh, they were just drunk. And so that's why they're, that's why they're loud and an asshole when they're drunk. It's like, no, like, that makes me think less of you when you're sober. If you're a huge prick when you're drunk. And it's the same thing here. If your methodology of coping with your depression is putting other people's safety at risk, that's bad. That's bad. You're a dick. Now, I know that no one is saying that Scanlan's not a dick. I'm more saying that to explain my view on the substance abuse plotline. I don't think it, like, doesn't make sense or, like, it necessarily came out of nowhere. I think it all tracks. It just makes him a huge asshole. Makes him a huge dick. So, that's what I would say. All the half-elves just went a tier under Scanlan. Little bit. Little bit, yeah. Mega forgot about Pike again. Look, I did, but I also don't even fucking care, dude. Ugh. Did Mega see already that Critical Role's daring to press? Yes, sir. We talked about that at the beginning. Yeah. In terms of blunt rotation, Grog would be the worst. Con too high, he'd hog it in an attempt. I guess that assumes that your weed is limited. And in a blunt rotation where I have unlimited supply, I think I'd still love to have Grog in. Are we talking about least likability? Because there's a difference, and I separate them for me. The one that I would least like to hang out with is Vax. The one that I think, unfortunately, is my least favorite character, like in terms of like quality of character. I unfortunately think it's Keyleth. Again, unfortunately. What were the critiques of Keyleth's character? I don't really follow the social media discourse. Essentially, to really summarize it, spotlight hog. But as someone, as Belphegor said later, Super Geek Mike has a really, really great video that really summarizes all of the Keyleth stuff in a way that I could not. But the really broad thing is, like, she's bad at playing D&D. Like, she is not as skilled as the others, was one of the critiques. I don't think that necessarily pans out. I don't agree with it, but that was one of the critiques. And that she was like a spotlight hog. Also touched on like some like DM's girlfriend type stuff. And I think that is what has ultimately made Keyleth's character suffer. Like, I was about to say arguably, not arguably, definitively, Keyleth came preloaded with the most obvious personal quest line of the Ashari. And it is wild that we have not been to the Water Ashari yet. Just purely in terms of how many episodes it's been. And how clear and front and center. And how theoretically important it is to her. And the fact that we haven't even like begun to look for her mom. Like, I would say looking for her mom is probably on a similar level or scale to like Vex's personal growth arcs and like daddy issue arc in the Feywild. Right? I'd say those are probably on equal level in terms of how those characters came in and how important it seemed to them. But we got an entire Feywild arc kind of focused around that, and we have not gotten basically fuck all about the Ashari since the Pyra. And that was, in the very early episodes. That was, I believe, right after the Vasselheim arc. So it's been a long, long time. So I think that's like kind of emblematic of the lack of development I think Keyleth's character has gotten. And I don't blame Marisha for it, and I don't blame Matt for it. I think they are pulling away, both of them, simultaneously from wanting to spotlight Keyleth too much. Not purely, but largely because of online discourse. Yeah. Not me thinking blunt rotation was just talking about character build roster, not realizing you meant weed blunts. I mean, blunt rotation is just a phrase. I've only smoked one blunt in my entire life. I like gummies. Anything going into the lungs. I don't smoke. I don't vape. I don't smoke blunts. It's just like a general, like, who would you want to hang out with? Potentially in a scenario where someone with a bad attitude could really harsh your high. That's what I used blunt rotation in lieu of. Yeah. We haven't done anything with the Armente since the fall of Amon. Yup. Yeah. I feel like DM's girlfriend and misogyny was the root of the majority of the complaints and watered out any possibility of discussing her without it so easily feeling like that. It does. It's hard. I mean, and it is at least like, I can even potentially agree that maybe it wasn't even the majority. Maybe it was just a large minority. What have you? But I do think the second part of what you said is incredibly accurate in that a lot of it poisoned the well to where anything that you did or didn't say about Keyleth or Marisha was viewed in the light of that like lens and discourse. If you were defending her or praising part of Keyleth's character, clearly you must be white knighting. If you were critiquing it, clearly you must be misogynistic. And I think, and do not get it twisted, I think that misogyny was a substantial factor. But I think that broadly, the discourse just got very poisoned. Hot mild take. Coming to D&D with a preloaded storyline is a gift and 1,000% better than coming with nothing. I wouldn't say it so definitively, but I broadly agree with you. At least coming with things that could be massaged into a storyline. Like one of my characters came to the field with amnesia, and they said, I got the amnesia in some traumatic event, and I have people hunting me from my life before the amnesia. And they were like, do whatever you want with that, and like go nuts with it. That was awesome because I could just never bring that in, or I can bring it in whenever I want. So I don't necessarily think that coming in with the preloaded storyline to the level of Ashari is necessarily better than coming with nothing. I think they might be kind of two ends of the coin, but I do like the vague plot line in the middle. I like that a lot. And I think I still probably agree that coming preloaded is better than coming with nothing, honestly. But to put it bluntly, I don't do blunts. Absolutely. Yeah. I think some of the blame is on Matt. He didn't put plot in her Armente for 40 episodes. It's been dragon focused. Vex only got her arc because Matt put a vestige in it. I fucking agree. It's crazy that one of the vestiges was not in the water Ashari. I will never agree with anything more than this. It is on Matt for this very specific reason. One of the vestiges should have been at the water Ashari. Flat out or very nearby. That said, I stick with my overall thing of like, I get why they pulled back. I get why Matt didn't want to do that. And I get why someone like Marisha might not have pushed him in the situation that they found themselves in. But I fully agree Matt easily could have put a vestige there. Easily. Did Vex get the same attacks as Keyleth? It depends on what you mean by the same. When the CR cast talk about it, it is mostly centered around Marisha. Like, they talk about how Marisha and Matt easily get the most hate, at least during C1. I can only speak to what I've seen in QAs with them talking about C1. They don't bring up the amount or the level of hate that anyone else gets. We have truly no idea how much Laura got. For Vex, about herself, whatever. That said, there is also the additional layer of DM's girlfriend, which in and of itself has its roots in misogyny. So we know that she got, it seems, more than Laura and Vex. Not to say that Laura and Vex didn't get any, but the rationale between those being different doesn't discount the misogyny. You know. Vex also got the sexy, yeah. I can see with Keyleth it risks some main character syndrome, but also some people love to complain about everything. Some people do. Some people do, and some people will just find excuses as well. But yes, main character syndrome also gets brought up. I recommend, really, like, I am not going to be nearly as eloquent about discussing this, partially because I wasn't there. I'm looking at this from like a historical, anthropological point of view, whereas Super Geek Mike was around. And because I have not seen everything. Mike saw the Talks Machina. Like, Mike has much more just CR broad knowledge than I do. So he's able to put a lot of it really firmly into context. He would definitely be able to answer any like edge case discussions in a way that I can't. And so unfortunately I can't, also like moderate or agree or disagree with like chat things. But anyways, not 100%, but I hear Broomgate was nasty. Broomgate is also a factor. Yeah. But it's a lot of it is like what I've heard, what I don't know. Any complaints about Laura and CR pale in comparison to what she got for The Last of Us Part 2? I can imagine. But anyways, let's see. So yeah. Damn. All of that, yeah. Is really good. I know that we have been talking about that Scanlan speech for a while, but it was really good. And to wrap it all back around to one of the first things that I said, and this is one of the things that, like, speaking of like replicating it, is Sam took something that broadly I would say was a bad thing. And he acknowledged that it was a bad thing, and he built it into his character. And that is a truly great level of introspection. To not only look at the character as they are, but also the character in how people have interacted with them. Because I could be wrong, but I really doubt that most of this was planned in session 1. I kind of doubt that this is where Sam saw Scanlan's character ultimately going. And I really do encourage that level of like self-assessment when it comes to your characters. Of not only what, because in your brain, their motivations, their intentions. But I think a true self-assessment that gets this sort of scene is not only looking at all of that, but looking at how other players and other characters, NPCs, PCs, whatever, how they treat the character. It would be equivalent to Grog, kind of having a little bit of a come apart about how they treat him for his intelligence. Now, I don't think he necessarily needs to. I don't think that's necessarily where Grog wants to take that. But I think it would be valid. And Sam looking at it and realizing the distinctions between how Scanlan is treated by the rest of the PCs and how the PCs treat each other and how he treats them. That distinction is very powerful in driving inter-party drama and conflict. Just bringing up not unfairness necessarily, but differences. Like, you treat me different than you treat Vex. You treat me different than you treat Percy. Bringing up those sorts of differences can drive at deep-held insecurities like they did here. They can drive at flaws in every party. So ultimately, just kudos to Sam for clearly putting so much thought into this. Even if he didn't, purposefully say that he couldn't hear Grogs. Even if that was from Matt. Kudos to him for self-reflecting so much on this. Because ultimately, the way that you get to really good, honestly, anything in D&D, in any creative pursuit, it's just effort. If you want to have a very self-reflective scene, if you want to have a strong scene like this after your character is resurrected, it just takes effort. It takes you really just sitting down and spending time. Some of it might come naturally. Some of it might just right off the top, come to you. That happens with me sometimes with maps or with encounters or with quest lines. Sometimes it just comes to you. Other times, you just got to put in the work to make something that is this good. And so kudos to him. How would you handle a player writing themselves out of your game? I would ask the player and all of the other players if they are rolling up a new character or if they're just leaving the table. I'm down with either. I mean, in terms of the brass tacks of how I would handle it, I just let them handle it however they want. I give them a lot of autonomy and control over how they go out if they are just writing the character out. Work with them on how to accomplish their vision for the end of this character's story the best. But beyond that, in terms of okay, the character's gone, but the player wants to continue playing, then it becomes okay, do they take control of an existing NPC? Do they become a new NPC? Most likely, what I would end up doing is having them roll up a new character, especially because all of my the people that I play with have played a good amount of D&D, so jumping them in on a higher level character isn't as disruptive to their ability to pilot it, I should say. And so I'd have them roll that up, and then I would probably make an entire quest or quest line around reintegrating that, or not reintegrating, but integrating that new character into the party. Like, I would craft a storyline or some sort of plot sequence around how does this character come in, why do they come in, that sort of stuff. And obviously, the players are going to know to some degree because the NPC is being played by their buddy. And so they're going to be willing to, they're going to be willing to help you out with it. But that is generally where I would go with it. Or if they just don't want to play anymore, then they don't play anymore. How would you rate this moment in the campaign? I mean, it's very difficult to say. It's high. It's certainly up there with Grog's speech at his resurrection. Yeah, I don't know. It's up there with at least the plot point of the Kevdak fight and the way that it resolved broadly. I mean, it's like an S tier moment. Yeah. I was trying to think if there's anything that I would feel like I was disrespecting. Like I should put it underneath something else. But I don't think I should. I think whatever the top tier, unordered. I'm not going to rank it against other moments. But it's in whatever my top tier is. S, A tier, whatever. It's in that tier. It was I mean, I was fucking riveted. I was absolutely riveted. Yeah. Would Sam play Allura? Top RP moments so far. Definitely in the top tier of RP moments. Just unquestionably. It'd be really hard for me to go back and remember them all and really directly compare it to other moments unless someone gave me a list of moments. If after the campaign someone gives me a tier list maker version, they give me a bunch of moments, I could probably rank it then. But just thinking back in my memory, it's unordered top tier. Yeah. Much like Kaylee, Scanlan doesn't know his father. Yeah. In somewhat unexplained fashion, yeah. For me, the tragic thing, the thing for me that's tragic about Scanlan, that he's not at the top of anybody's list, like Vax is for his sister and Keyleth. For Vex, it's her brother and Percy and so on. Yeah. And I mean, I think, and Scanlan hits on that during his speech. Even to Grog, it's Pike. And to him, it's Pike. And to Pike, it's Grog. Yeah. To answer my own question, I think Sam would make a good Kima. I could see Sam on Kima. I mean, if it wasn't a guest PC, I could see Sam on Kashaw. But that's a little bit different, yeah. I think, okay, we're almost to the next ad slot, which is crazy. So I'm just going to run it now. I'm going to run it a little early because I do really have to pee. So we have about a minute before the next ads will run, and then we'll get back into it. Because what happens now, dude, I mean, what happens now is I think we get a time skip. I think it makes the most sense easily. I think it allows Scanlan to be with Kaylee for a while. I think it allows Vax and Keyleth to be together for a while, them to be together for a while, Grog to do something. And then they can have a nice time gap where it doesn't feel like, oh, the big bad is coming in right after Thordak left. I think we'll get a nice time skip, maybe even a time skip episode. I could see 86 being an entire episode of downtime and essentially the time skip. and then we come back in either 86 or 87 with... What's up? Hello, we're back. Oh, we're so back. Oh wait, someone asked how long the time skip. Yeah. I don't know exactly how long this will be, but I can give you a time of year. I believe that Winter's Crest was at least somewhat recently. Like Winter's Crest was in the past couple of months, right? I think we will skip to like 2 weeks before the next Winter's Crest, because everything big has been slated to happen on Winter's Crest, and I don't see a reason for that to change. Given especially who I think the potential big bads are, I think, it is possibly, like the devils from the hells. They tried to invade Amon on Winter's Crest. I think it's possibly Vecna. Clearly the Briarwoods were trying to get Vecna in there on Winter's Crest. So basically whoever I think the big bad is, unless it is completely new, I think it would be on Winter's Crest. So I think that is how long the time skip will be. I go piss girl. There he says chronically on mine is me. You know what? I'll give you a sense for about how online I am. This just reminds me of something that someone would say to the streamer Squeaks. This just sounds like Squeaks' chat to me. And I don't know what that says about the degree of online I am or am not. But I guess that'll give you context. Maybe Scanlan is the big bad? Dude, what a twist that will be. I don't think that. I truly don't think that's gonna go down. But let's end the Scanlan discussion there, I suppose. I'm sure I'll have more to say. I'm almost positive. I'll have a takeaway. I'll script it out. Will I film it? Who knows? Apparently, I hate offline filming, at least alone. So then I write out this whole nice script, and then I can't get myself to hit record. But I will certainly be doing some manner of takeaway. And if I end up not filming it, then I will certainly give it on Friday. He, in fact, did not film it. Is this your biggest stream to date? Yes. Actually, I was about to say I think so. Absolutely. I've never hit the triple digits before. And I think we peaked at like 128-ish. So yeah. Hey, and that's, I'll always have to give that to Sam Riegel. He prompted the biggest stream yet. There is still a bit of this episode to go. There is. Let's make it happen. Now this, talk about where do we go from here? Bigger than the Tiberius stream? Way bigger than the Tib stream. Way, way bigger. The Tib stream surprisingly I just had far fewer followers at the time. Because, that was before, like, most of your shout-outs, Mike. So that was before most people knew about me. It was the VOD that was big. Yeah. The VOD was huge. But in terms of, live concurrence, this is easily the biggest. I have the VOD somewhere. I could tell you. Because I'm actually curious now. Because I said way bigger offhand, and then I was like, well, I guess I don't know that it was way bigger. I know it was bigger, just I guess I don't actually know exactly how big the Tib stream was. But I also don't know if I maybe deleted the VOD. I hope I didn't. I hope I would have had the good sense not to. Was it before Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, because there's my interview with Mike. I'm just scrolling back in my own streams. God damn, I have a lot of videos. When did this happen? When did I get all of these? That's an interview of Fate. That's DM Live. Was it before DM Live? It couldn't have been. Oh my god, it was. Wait. I must have just deleted it. Oh, man. Yeah. Orion returned. Replaced Orion with Mary Elizabeth. I thought he was getting better. Plans for the next few weeks. Certified war criminals? Man, I had such a way with titling. The Holy Left Behind. Wait, it's like right there. Okay, I deleted it. Yeah, I deleted it, so I don't know. Unfortunate. He gave you triple digits, but do you know his mother's name? Oh, fuck. It was like Josephine or something. It was like Josephine and his father was Vanuatu or something. Josephus and Vanuatu. I don't know. Where do we go? Juniper, and Vaku. That's right. Was waiting for this one ever since all that. I don't know about Scanlan. Those early eps, we were locked in. Oh my gosh, yeah. I recognize so many new people here who I'm sure are watching through the VODs. And so many people here that haven't been in chat in a long time, but seem to go out of their way to make sure they were here for this one live. So I know, but I get it. That was, and I will say, regardless of anything else, any other moment, I'm not entirely certain, but I think that was the longest period of dead silence that I have had. At least because something was interesting and not boring. I think that was the longest period of silence I've had at any moment in an episode. First time I've watched live without being fully caught up on VODs. I feel like there's quite a few people in here like that. Yeah. There were a few people who made references to people's parents and skirted the line. Oh yeah, I never noticed. Yeah. Anyways, where do they go? Where do they go from here? I have no idea how you recover from that dropped bomb. Longest silent moment on 1x. Longest silent moment on 1x is a good way to describe it, yeah. But let's see. Let's get back into it.
Pick up a pillow on the bed and throw it at the door.
It opens slightly. The pillow lays on the ground, smattered with vanilla pudding.
Did he take all of his things with him?
I would say he would have grabbed his things as he left, yeah.
Well, that didn't go like I thought it would.
No. No, it didn't.
Kinda wish we would have gone drinking in Vasselheim now.
We might have missed him if we had.
We saved the continent. Why does everything feel like shit?
He's alive. That's what really matters.
But he's our liar, Grog.
And he hates us now.
He doesn't hate us. I just think we've all just discovered that maybe we have a lot more secrets about ourselves than what we've all ever let on.
He needs time. We have that.
Fuck him. Fuck him for not saying anything sooner.
I don't know.
And fuck us for not asking.
I think Percy's right. We're worse than friends. We're family. And family leaves.
Yes, they do.
Can we not be family? Can we, like, redact that?
I don't think so. I think it's too late.
I step out into the hallway. Do I see Percy at all?
I'm around the corner, up on the.
Yeah,
I'm outside. If you went far enough, you'd see me.
You eventually find Percy, yeah.
Hey,
Hi.
rough one, that. Question.
Yeah,
Do you have any, like, sneaky people in your employ here at the castle?
of course.
Wouldn't you feel better if we had someone just keeping an eye on them? A bit explosive, the two of them together.
I'm torn. I don't know if you'd like that.
I don't know if I care.
I don't know if I do either. I keep thinking I could just shout right now, and half a dozen guards would stop them.
Yeah. There'd be half a dozen dead guards, though.
Oh, what's half a dozen dead guards these days?
Good point.
This tale of a brothel on the west end of Whitestone. I don't know if it still exists, but I'm sure if you go drinking in that area, you might find something. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. I'll go give it a look.
When you're in the mood.
That was good. Yeah, I'll be back after nightfall. I'm gonna go out for a bit.
Grog.
Yeah.
I know we don't always agree, and I know that I can be unkind, but you know your family, right?
I don't know much, but I do know that.
It's nice having an older brother again.
I leave.
So what, just the half-elves are left alone in a room covered in pudding,
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Way to paint it that way.
crying,
Yeah. Crying in your pudding room.
angry?
I think crying in your pudding is actually a British saying. I should look at
Do you think if we would have not covered the room in pudding that he would have stayed?
I start cleaning it up. Well, he seemed pretty pissed that I went and got Kaylee, even though he ran away with her at the first chance he had.
And you had to stay in a shitty B&B, a
you?
brothel, and
Pike is still kind of shaking her fist in the corner right now. She hasn't said anything from this whole exchange.
bandages and bondage.
And she's-
Pike, are you okay?
How you doing, Pickle?
All right, Pike. Right.
He needs to do this. Right? He needs to do this.
He says he does.
What do we need to do?
I have no fucking clue.
I need to get a drink.
Yeah, we could always go back to Vasselheim and pick up on that whole
I don't want to
drinking.
go anywhere, Keelan.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back to Vasselheim.
I mean, we can drink anywhere. Vasselheim doesn't have to be in that equation.
Where else do we have to go?
Well,
Away from here. I just want to be away from here.
Pike.
I have to go to the Water Ashari. I have to.
And before too long, we have a demon who wants you and I dead. In the night, we have to deal with it.
All right. Anything else?
Pike, you know the Osmond Sea. You've sailed it, yeah?
It's been a while, but yeah,
Might need you for the Water Ashari.
I can do that.
But it seems like I guess all of us are picking up on our own individual paths from here. I guess.
Why can't we still help each other out?
We can, of course we can. Pike.
His path is his own. He has to do his thing alone. We don't have to be alone.
No. No, we don't. We just want to slow things down for a while. It's been a long couple of months.
I mean, is Scanlan...
I think in regards to this, much like a lot of the stuff with Pike, I would not do it personally. I would have Pike be somewhere else, and I would just not address it and hand wave it. And then over the table, instead of activating Pike, I would just talk to my players honestly and frankly. But Matt and, all of Critical Role, the entire table, it's not just him, have a pretty big aversion to talking above the table when it is possible to implement a way to talk in fiction. Even if that fiction is weird. And to me personally, de-investing. Like, that is a fiction that theoretically makes sense, but to me, it kind of sours the rest of what was going on. Not much. It's not going to, like, lower this moment in my expectations. But I do think it would be better if Pike just wasn't there. However, Pike is the person that makes the most sense to be there. And it is someone that can, as a DM surrogate, be like, where do we go from here? So, for the purposes of what Critical Role's priorities seem to do, or seem to be, I think Pike's the best choice for who to put in there. I think it would be worse if it was like Allura or Gilmore. Right. I think it is best that it is Pike, but that's only given their extreme aversion to talking above the table. Or Kima, yeah. I always get the impression they just want to limit the over table talk while on camera. They must talk about so many things off screen. Oh, I totally agree. I should caveat what I'm saying. I think they have an extreme aversion to talking about it on camera. And so if there is something that needs to be discussed on camera, they look for in-fiction ways to do it. They really, really rarely talk above the table. Yeah. It was wild, Rainbow Dragon. It was crazy. So not even a table thing, but an actual play thing. Personally, I think so. Yeah, I think this is not, or how, I guess it is a table thing, but because like there are tables out there that are not actual plays that probably feel similarly about talking above the table to what Critical Role do. I just think they're incredibly rare. And I also think that, frankly, when you're not in an actual play, I think having that sort of strategy at a home table, I think there are more detriments than benefits. There are some tables to whom that might be a huge priority. If you're one of those tables, I encourage you to actually consider the benefits and detriments of that style. Because there's a lot of times where talking above the table can just be the best solution to keeping the fiction really good. This sort of like radical investment into the scene is not always good because it forces, or it can force, the DM into making some weird decisions. So I think it could theoretically be a table thing, but the actual play of it all forces them towards a much more specific type of table. Yeah. It's just Victor in the corner telling them to learn from their mistakes. Yeah, exactly. Having to watch during work was hard. Ooh, I can imagine. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I don't blame Matt for the way he did it, but I definitely wouldn't do it that way at mine, and I would not encourage the average table to do it that way.
Right? Have we become too close to each other? Do we need to all take our individual time like we've done in the past?
We just need to not have our lives on the line every day. For a little while. Or ever. Retirement's not a terrible idea. I mean, what's the takeaway here? From Scanlan. Can't hold anything in. Fuck, you know that I've always looked up to you for everything.
that I've tried to model myself after you. Do you know that? And you know that she's my best friend, right? You know that.
Of course.
You know that I'm madly in love with her, right? You know that, right? We don't need to joke about it or dance around it anymore. You know that I'm in love with her, right?
Obviously.
Obviously.
What are you getting at, Vex?
I just don't... He left because he felt like we didn't know him. I'm scared to death about what I have to give to a fucking god eventually. I'm scared of that. I don't want to do that, but it's going to happen, and it's destiny. I'm scared about that. There, that's out. Do you have anything that you are holding in? You're in love with Percival. We all know that, right? It's plain as day, right?
My takeaway.
Yeah. That, man. Even if it's not 100% accurate all the time, viewing Vax from the perspective of a socially awkward dork is the best decision I ever made. It doesn't always 100% fit, but it fits a lot of the time. And him just fundamentally not understanding this. Like really... sorry, did I say Liam? I meant Vax. But yeah, I agree. This is like some of Liam's best instincts on display of like Vax just not getting it. Like his worldview is so shifted, right? He is someone that if he's evasive, it is obvious that he's being evasive, right? He walks away. He hides, literally. Everyone's like, where is Vax? He goes off to be alone. The idea that Scanlan could have been sitting there, holding this in, and still being in the center of it all, I can only imagine how overwhelming that is. And when he first started doing it, I thought that he was doing a sort of like Scanlan is wrong sort of thing. But he is just blurting out his thought process of, this is how I feel about you. This is how I feel about you. This is how I feel about you. If this is how I feel about everyone and everybody knows that, then how could he have thought we didn't like him? What am I missing? I'm missing something, and I don't know what it is. Do we just need to share? I'll share something that is so obvious to anyone looking at me. It's sharing time. Anyone else want to share? Is that what we have to do to stop this from happening again? I don't want this to happen again. And it is, this is very Vex. I just read ahead a little bit. That is very, very Vex. Oh, yeah. Rogue is a wallflower? A little bit. Yeah. Word vomiting his secrets to prevent anyone else from leaving him. Yeah. He's like, fuck, is that what was wrong? Let me desperately try to clutch onto it because I can't understand other people. Is like the fundamental thing there. And even, I don't know that this was so much on purpose, but it does remind me, and harken back a little bit, to my opinion that he was fundamentally misunderstanding Keyleth when he had that whole conversation with her about like taking command and her being nervous about it and everything. I think that there was maybe some over-the-table signals that were missed there, or that he didn't, maybe act it perfectly. And so Marisha ended up not understanding what he was going for. And so she acted in a way that made it a little bit odd from his perspective of like, I do think that there is a chance that that scene with him talking to her was meant to convey that he doesn't get it, that he doesn't get her, and that he doesn't get other people, and that he needs people to be like mega upfront with him. Because he doesn't understand like the social cues of it all. Because that's what this feels like to me. This is him feeling like, I don't understand. Not even I'm mad. Not even like we fucked up. He's saying, I thought everything was going right, and I'm wrong, and I don't understand why. It's good. It's good. Vex would make a pact with the death god to not lose people, Vax, and then losing Scanlan hits him like a brick. Absolutely. I mean, because even taking it a step further, if he really did care about Scanlan, maybe not to the degree that he cares about, Keyleth and Vex, but if he truly cares about Scanlan to the degree that he cares about Percy and Grog, I mean, yeah, he made a pact with the Death God. He offered his eternal soul to get Vex back. Like, there is no price. There are some prices too high. That's a price too high. But there are few prices too high to protect the people that he loves. And so losing him like this just has to be monstrously difficult. Yeah. Yeah. There's something very funny about YouTube thinking this is World of Warcraft. Wait, what? I don't have that as the game I'm playing right now. What? Where's gaming? Oh, game title is optional, and I don't have one there because it has to be video games. It thinks that this is World of Warcraft. Fuck, man. That's so weird. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me. I have abandonment anxiety, but I'm scared of attachments. Oh, yeah. It's legendary for a reason. It's one of the best RP in CR history. It's pretty fucking killer, yeah.
From scans that we all talk too much. And I leave the room.
And then I look at Vax and Percy and say...
Oh, no, Percy.
Or sorry, Vax and Pike and say, and my takeaway is that maybe we were forgetting who we were before we all banded together. And then I leave the room.
They're all individually going to the room next door.
Next chamber.
Like a Black Mirror episode. Exactly. Filing in and then like
Everyone's reading highlights.
Crack out the aerator, yo.
Blacklight. It's the basement in Westworld. We all just go.
Pike kind of walks up to you in the room and just kind of puts her gauntleted hand on your shoulder and just says, we all make mistakes. I make them a lot.
Yeah.
You got a lot of other people to look up to aside from just me.
I've learned that.
His path is his own. And he'll come back, right?
I don't know. But he's our friend. I like having him around.
Me too. Let's get a drink.
What?
Let's get a drink.
Let's get a drink. You want to go in town?
Yeah.
All right.
I chase down Vex, and we do the same thing.
You guys all individually find your way through the rest of the afternoon to discuss, cope with, and ruminate on the separation of Scanlan. Going through all the different emotions you feel that are necessary, and whatever activities you proceed to distract yourself with, Grog.
Crying in a corner.
Crying on bosoms. I'll pay for this.
Yes, you will. That's extra.
Let's go.
And strangely not uncommon.
He's wrapping up the show, I can tell. Or I came to give him a hug.
He's not actually. I don't know where you got that
He's
idea.
getting in a mid-game hug.
There you go. You guys still got shit to do.
Okay, yeah, no.
You guys made
Stop it.
you guys made promises. You're still on a timeline for some things.
Huh?
Yeah.
Still have things to do.
No, we know.
We know.
Don't take that as Sam closing the curtain here. Still got shit to do.
I know, but I craved that, so I took it.
No, that's okay. Yes. Cross-table hugs are fine.
Okay.
That was weird.
The next morning comes around. You're all in various states of hungover, should you chose to imbibe with the rest of the party.
Heavily.
Grog eventually wanders in, less hungover, but more meek about how his previous day was.
Not my best night.
I see Vax the next morning, and I say, look, your sister gave me one of her blue feathers. It's because this is the darkest timeline.
I come back and I take that off. I'm like, no, Keith, you took that from me when you were drunk last night, actually.
It's because this is the darkest timeline, and I stole it from you.
Mike and I come in wearing fun buns, hungover. My face hurts.
How is everyone?
She slaps you.
Amazing.
Does it still hurt?
Yeah, and also my face hurts as well.
Good.
Percy?
Who said that?
Good morning.
What did you do last night?
I worked.
You worked?
I did.
You were productive?
Well,
You made the rest of us look and feel like shit?
I think we all have our ways of coping.
What did you make?
Just some sketches.
Did you
Nothing.
bake a cake?
Bake a cake.
I hope you baked a cake.
There's no cake.
I really want coffee cake right now, Percy.
There are people for that.
You look like me.
Squeeze, 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 squeeze.
You look like me. Why do you look like me? What are you doing?
You're still drunk, sober up. It's a new day.
That's boring.
Oh, shit! He could have broken his nose just then, I swear.
Binder rings are important.
Oh my god.
Is it a new day?
It is.
It is.
I thought it was still yesterday.
Oh, hey, I've got all my hit dice back. That's nice.
Yeah, spells are back. You guys are healed.
Hey.
Yeah, my staff is charged.
You're up from 9 points.
Yeah.
Hey, wake up. Fuck. Wake up. It's a new day.
We'll get
Open
him
your
back.
eyes. Hey.
Pike cast restoration on Vax.
Hey, you're not drunk anymore. Look at that.
I feel good.
All right. So what? First step is the most important one, right?
Well, as far as I know, we have 3 things still on our plate.
Which ones?
We've got a hand.
Hotus?
We've got some Ashari.
Yes.
We've got a demon.
We also have research we have to look at that we got from that lair operation.
And we have a
What's
giant
that?
pile of
We have to
things.
give Ripley's hand to those guys in Marquette. I think that's the easy one.
That seems like the quickest.
That's definitely the quickest.
Let's try that.
My mental acuity is on point.
No.
I feel like if I teleport, I'm gonna puke.
Pike grabs a bucket.
Drink this. I run to the kitchen. I put together something that is not quite, but probably a hot sauce
Yeah.
Okay.
with half a raw egg and a shot of something that is quite possibly, but not quite, some sort of fantasy variance of tequila.
Yeah.
You are not
Swill it all up.
frat boy
No, this
shotting me.
is not a this is a thing.
That's science. Listen to
Never
Percy.
mind.
That's science. You need that, and you need a traditional whitestone
He
breakfast.
gives you everything.
There you
Super
go.
good, Keyleth, really.
Just get it down. Just get it down.
This is why this.
Just don't look at it.
Just listen to the science guy and chug a lug.
Bottoms up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need you.
I was kidding. You shouldn't actually drink that.
Fuck you, motherfucker!
Can I get a roll damage? Sorry. I've done something very similar to that on many morning.
We need to look at this research. We need to figure out what Raishan had going on.
My brain hurts from crying so much yesterday.
I know. Are my eyes puffy?
Yes.
Do I have bags under them? Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
You wear it well.
So what's the plan? What's up first?
Let's take a quick look at what we have, what we got from the cave.
Maybe bring Alora and Gilmore in here because we have that book that seemed very nefarious.
I help Percy figure things out.
Okay. I mean, from the things that you gathered off, a lot of them were candle holders, mostly built candles. There were various reagents, some that were rotted or dried out. A number of books and tomes, some that deal with poisons, various alchemy. Actually, a similar book to one that you found earlier in your travels, but an older version of it. And there is the one large tome that you acquired that had the more nefarious-looking leather-bound exterior, the thicker piece.
I'll read this.
No, don't touch it, Grog. I don't trust it.
Oh.
I want Allura Gilmore to look at it first.
The easiest person to find here would probably be Allura within the castle.
I'll have a sense.
Well, no, because Allura's off in Mon helping
right.
with the construction, so Gilmore would be the only one you can really speak to currently.
Or
Eskil, but he's a little wary of you at the moment.
Yeah. I just keep making people wary of me.
All right, so you go ahead and you bring Gilmore in.
Yeah.
Okay, it's easy enough to bring in. He's kind of waking up. So, what can I help you with?
Hi.
We found this. Be careful, it was with Raishon.
He takes it, sits down, kind of places it on his lap, and kind of tugs on his braided goatee. This is, this smells like shit. Oof.
Several things have died on top of it.
I give my armor a sniff.
Oh, it smells different kind of shit, but shit nonetheless.
Shit, yeah.
He takes a look over it. This has a very faint magical essence to it. Let me go ahead and... He looks over it. For a second, his eyes kind of glow with that same kind of arcane purplish energy that kind of flares when he does identify spell. Looks over it. This is an evil book. Reading this would be informative, but would certainly have a cost.
Oh.
Like money?
Soul money.
Ooh.
Soul money.
Do we have any of that in the bank?
I don't
much.
think we do. Not anymore.
I wouldn't recommend it, Grog.
What do you recommend we do with this book?
Well, if you ever feel like you want some light reading, or find somebody who's foolish enough to read it, or at least has the willpower to push through its dark enchantments, I have no idea.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Well,
Let's just keep that in a.
I'm going to vault that for the moment.
Yeah.
So you're saying somebody could read it, but they'd have to make it all the way through the end?
Well, I don't want to look into it, I'll put it at that point. But somebody with a strong enough mental aptitude to be able to not be corrupted by its dark magics.
Not
There's no recommendation.
Not
very
anyone
least.
in this room is what he's saying.
Right. What else we got?
I say hand. It's simple, to the point,
I agree.
I agree.
It's fine.
One and
and
done.
we
Drop
can
it off.
find the Ashari on the way back.
We can.
Yes.
All right.
This feels wrong.
It feels different.
It feels wrong.
Dude, I don't think any of them have mentioned the Ashari in fucking weeks, bro. That's crazy. But it's not crazy. It's crazy, but it's not crazy because they're now all thinking about each other after that. They're actually thinking about what each other might want and each other's priorities. Oh my goodness. You have mentioned it a few moments ago. Well, that's fair. But it's still, look, I'll be full on real with you. I think even if she had directly mentioned it before, I don't think it would have been broadly considered as like part of the plan. Maybe I'm being a little bit, stuck in the opinion that I have formed. And maybe you gave exact counter evidence to the opinion that I just stated. And maybe that's the case. I don't know.
It's not on us, though. It's on him.
Can you scry?
Me?
Yeah. See where he is? What's he doing?
I pull out the scrying eye. Can I I hold it out in front, this kind of flavor, and I let it levitate in front.
It locks itself in place and slowly rotates.
Can I kind of open it like a fortune teller's spying sphere type of crystal?
And just like project it on the wall, like behind her.
The vision
so that
comes
we
to
can watch
you.
a nighttime movie.
It doesn't quite do that. Yeah, the vision
That
comes
would
to
be
you.
really
That
awesome.
Can I make it
sick.
IMAX?
I want the HD download, not the SD.
5.1 Dolby Digital.
It's all around me.
Oh my god, so many lagging issues. Ugh.
Yeah.
Sorry. Keep going for it.
To see if he
You don't know.
senses
So what's
it?
your wisdom modifier? Or your wisdom saving throw?
-2.
Wait, what did
It's
you
your-
roll?
Oh, you mean what? It's.
What'd you roll?
I got a 2 total, but I get advantage against magic.
You do.
That's a 17.
Plus what's your wisdom saving throw bonus?
I mean, that's 19. My wisdom is -2.
Oh, mine is 2. Gotcha. And your spell DC is.
Oh, I'm spying on those bitches.
Okay. So you get a brief view of what looks to be Scanlan wearing his regular outfit and armor now. Walking.
He took his armor off. He's just
No,
regular
he
clothes.
walked out in a fucking
He walked out in a nightgown.
Oh, right.
Through this whole
yeah.
emotional circumstance, he was in a nightgown. He is currently. He's walking through the parchwood forest that surrounds Whitestone. He is on the path south.
South from Whitestone.
Yeah, south of Whitestone. Him and to his left is Kaylee, and they're both with their sacks over their shoulders, and they're just hiking through the forest. They're at the moment not talking, but they're both slightly smiling, just kind of enjoying the journey and the company. And you just watch them walk for a little bit through the thick tree canopy above, the well-worn path that heads south and out of the parchwood.
He looks content. Happy, even.
That's good.
Yeah, good on him.
Can you yell at him?
I feel like he's like flicking off a bunch of trees now. I don't know. He was always an odd one.
To be fair, he did that
Yeah.
about 7 times a day.
He did,
For no reason.
I never knew his animosity towards trees.
never know.
I don't know.
Just kidding.
Just in case. Just really hates oaks.
Raven Queen, demons, you don't know looking over your shoulder.
We should have just invited Kaylee to come with us.
They
could have stayed
don't,
up.
they don't want that. They
I have a
want,
feeling there's little chance we could talk him out of it. Well, all right. He's living a nice, happy, content, low-key life now. Let's
Yeah, so should
continue
we.
on.
yeah, why shouldn't he? He earned it.
Yeah, he did.
He earned it.
Yeah. Sorry, what?
Yeah, right.
He saved the world. What more can we ask of anybody?
Let's go. What plays the brain better than travel? Or sex?
That was.
That's
Wait,
yeah.
stop. I was about to say you sounded very wise. Don't fuck it up. Just period.
Period.
Travel and sex.
Yep.
Done.
You know, there's merit to that. All right, let's go.
As we head to the tree, I pull Grog aside, and I ask him, "Are you all right, Grog? I mean, I know you got your lady favors out of the way and all that, but Scanlan was your bestie, right? Outside of Pike."
Yeah, I'm just bummed, because, like, I'm glad he's alive. I mean, I think that's what keeps this from being terrible, but, like, I only trust, like, a few people in the world.
Right.
Like you, Scanlan, and Pike, and now it's just you and Pike.
Me and Pike.
No, I mean, I trust the others, right? But, like, I know you on a more intimate level.
Because you saw my titties.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally it. I don't think I ever had like an in-depth conversation.
So
Right.
that's all. I just feel, you know, a little more sad on the inside, but I'm all right.
I'm sorry, Grog.
Yeah, I'm glad he's okay.
Show him your
Me
titties
too.
again.
Do you want to see him? What make you feel better?
No, it's not right now.
Yeah, no, it didn't feel
I'm
right.
not-
I just
it's gotta
wanted to-
hit you.
All right.
Yeah, you know, you know,
All right.
I appreciate the offer.
As you walk your way down to the center of Whitestone to the Sun Tree,
It's so touching and ridiculous at the same time.
you recall that in the center of the city itself on Corel, as it acts as one of the largest oases in the center of the Central Marquette Desert, there were a number of larger trees of various types, and there was one not too far from the Suncut Bazaar that you recall. You make that your designated tree, and upon casting the spell, you watch the Sun Tree tear open the doorway, and you step across.
As I cast the spell, I just say, "Hey, Sentry, watch over Scanlan and Kaylee, okay?" And then go through.
You step through. Okay. You all emerge on the outskirts of the Suncut Bazaar. It is, at this point in time, it's morning there, it would be the beginning of, like, just past dusk. The sun has gone down in Ankarel, but you can still see the oranges and reds and purples of the recent sunset in the distance. The city is bustling. Lanterns are alight all throughout the bazaar itself, and all the various multicolored towers and structures and buildings of the beautiful city just stretch up in all directions around you. You can see the bazaar itself is lively, with carts that are open, shouting as various barkers are peddling their wares. It's a very upbeat atmosphere, and one that's a stark change to the Whitestone you just stepped away from.
And sun's going down, you said.
The sun has already gone down.
After we just woke up.
Yes.
Jet lag.
Fucked up.
Yeah. Other part of the world.
Jet lag.
Yeah.
Tree
What?
lag.
Tree lag.
It's a
Yeah,
bitch.
it's the
Tree
worst.
lag. You guys begin making your way towards the Death's Respite, which is the tavern that housed the Scarbearers. This is where Treve Bonebreaker was when you last discussed the return of Ridley's hand as the assassin that killed one of their own. And you were returning this hand to absolve yourselves of implication in this murder,
Yes.
since you discovered the body.
I'm, for the record, not wearing the cloak when we do this.
Okay.
Hey.
Good point.
And just for the record, because I know I'll get yelled at for Twitter on this, I have informed my sister where I'm going and what's going on. That I'm not just going willy-nilly.
Right. Cassandra is aware. All right. You guys walk through. You catch a few eyes as you are not just outsiders walking through Ank'Harel, but you're all adorned in, beautiful artifact armor.
Oh, right, we didn't put on
magical
our
weapons. Godware, essentially. And as you walk towards the Death's Respite Tavern on the outside, you can see there is what looks to be an 8.5-foot tall humanoid golem-like metallic construct. It looks similar to a golem, but it's smaller, like the iron golems you fought before, but it's smaller in scale.
Like the one we fought in Jaman's.
But much smaller. It's less bulky, and it's more just like a functional, tall, metallic, humanoid type construct.
Protocol droid.
Yeah, you see it's clutching.
Basically the Vision.
A little more ramshackle in construct. It is clutching a leather tome in one hand that is open, and is holding what looks to be a quill in the other, and is just standing there quietly. To the front of it, you see, almost waiting outside the tavern in the process of.
I'm sorry, this is just in the middle of the street, right? I'm not going crazy. They're not inside of anywhere, right? This golem is just. Cassandra's aware. You guys walk through, you catch a few eyes, you're adorned in the god armor. As you walk toward the Death's Respite, on the outside you can see. Huh. Okay. Well, that's a little weird, given that I'm almost positive that Warforged weren't out yet. Although, to be fair, Matt has also worked in plenty of 3.5 or Pathfinder things, so I guess just because Wayfinder's Guide wasn't out yet, that doesn't preclude Warforged.
Thumbing through some satchels, you see a handsome human male. Late 30s or so, with shoulder length, feathered, dirty blonde hair and blue-green eyes. A well-groomed goatee adorning his dashing smirk as he turns and looks across you, and very quickly the eyes kind of very overtly take in and categorize your decor, your dress, your stature, and the smile grows even wider. His frame is svelte. He's adorned in a set of polished, immaculate breastplate armor with these numerous satchels kind of all around him. And he carries a silver helmet under his arm that shines with many, many embedded gems, diamonds, opals. Just an opulent-looking figure who is wearing what looks to be barely used, or at least very well-kept armor and jewelry and adornments. Immediately catches their attention.
You there! You lot! Hello! Wow! Who are you all? Look at this, magical items from head to toe. Why, I've never seen anything quite like it.
Pouring it on a little thick, friend. What's up?
Doty, come here, will you? Take this down.
And he watches the giant construct, takes a few steps forward, and begins writing into the book.
In my travels through...
It's a Kleenex, it doesn't work! You piece of shit!
God damn it!
I couldn't have been more Fuck! I didn't want to throw something hard at him! Holy
fucking hell!
shit!
Doty, take this down. In my travels through Ank'Harel, I have never seen so many magical items in one place. But then I saw them walking up to me, and I knew I had met some very special people. That's it.
Oh, shit. It's a Volo. That... You know what? I wonder if he'll still be a bard. That'd be easy. That'd be easy to just be an entirely the same class, so you can, have at least similar spells and enact similar combos, but you can be a totally different character. Dude, that was fucking fast. I was not anticipating that. I thought there would be... I did think there was a chance of Scanlan coming back. I didn't realize that this was like, no, Scanlan's gone. I definitely thought that it might be like he's retired temporarily and everyone kind of splits apart and then they, draw him back into the action or some shit. I thought there was at least a chance of that, but no. Sam has said, I am done. I am out. Fuck it. Good on him, bro. Good on him. Absolutely. Because I talked about, the bravery to, close out the chapter on a character, to choose to end their story, not at the end of the campaign, not with death, but just with retirement. It's not very done, because people get very attached to their characters, understandably so. But I think it is a huge, not method, aspect to some of these stories that most D&D tables, mine included, to be clear, often miss out on. Who could have anticipated that I would be like, Sam is by far the bravest character at the C1, or the bravest player at the C1 table? Who would have thought that I would say, I think Sam is willing to take the most risks and take the biggest swings in order to facilitate a good story for his character? I would have never. I would have never, like a week ago. Much less in like episode 1 through 10. Dude, this is why. This is why at a fundamental level, people have asked me, like people in my personal life. I think people that are in the audience get it in the community. But people in my personal life have been like, why don't you just watch it on your own? It would go so much faster. You could watch it on your own and you could just do videos about it or streams about it. And I was like, well, number one, little bit of biting Mike's shit. But number two, man, this is like, if I had watched it all and then I'm making videos about it, about previous episodes, I could never have this raw of a surprise. Because this shit's crazy. Oh, man. See you later, Scan Man. Usually you retire a character after they've had the character growth scan left because he can't get the growth he wants in an adventuring party. Absolutely. And I mean, debatably, that is the character growth. It is him realizing that he can't do whatever he wants and grow as a person. I talked about it ahead of time. I was like, he's in this weird ambiguous area where you can't tell if the fallback or the progression is Scanlan. Like, you can't tell if he is actually making progress or if the fallbacking is the way he is, if that is the norm. And his growth was realizing that, like, in order to pursue the thing that he cares about, he can't be doing these other things. That is that's a huge step in maturity. To be like, I can't do the things that I want. I can't be the funny guy in this party and still be the father I want to be to Kaylee. Those are mutually exclusive activities. And I have to retire. It truly, it is astonishing. It is, I am shocked that not only do I feel like, I'm going to say no to running ads, but then, because I want to talk a little bit more, but then I am going to run ads soon. I'm just going to wrap up this conversation. But it is wild to me that not only did Sam manage to end Scanlan's arc in what I think was a satisfying way, he managed to do it in a way that that didn't just ignore his character's past. It was almost entirely focused on the past and how his past and the way that he has acted and the way that these people treat him, even if he loves them, is preventing his growth. He cannot grow into the person he wants to be around them. And that's not even necessarily their fault. It's just what it is. That is wild. The stream title fits so well. He does scare me. I would have never predicted that it was going to be so fucking quick. Oy, oy, oy. Go back and edit all your criticisms about him in the VODs. Yeah, edit in like a little text of like, Megaphone Man has since changed his opinions on Scanlan. The opinions of this Megaphone Man do not reflect the current opinions of the Megaphone Man estate. Oh my goodness, man. It's crazy, man. It is. That is Emmy Award winner Sam Riegel you're talking about. You know what? For the first time ever, it's less of a joke. It's crazy. Oh. Sam had been talking about missing times with his kids and stuff before this episode. They later talked about how they took Scanlan leaving as Sam going to leave as well. Wow. That's crazy, man. Great job holding a line. Oh, yeah. Great job. Great job. For us making Mega thinking the lament was the only big thing this episode. Well, I got an inkling when people told me to turn it down to 1x, and I was like, I literally thought to myself when people started saying 1x, I was like, Matt's not going to introduce the big bad here. And then the robot guy came up, and I was like, what is... Okay, I had all those theories about Golemancy with like potentially like Thordak being a flesh golem and Master Qual, and I was like, maybe there's something there with Tremon Saord, and I was like, what? I didn't expect it for a moment. Even when we turned it to 1x, I didn't even cross my mind that it was going to be a new Sam character. Even after he started talking, someone was like, it took Mega a second to realize that it was Sam talking. It did. I was like, man, Matt's doing a really Sam Riegel-esque impression right now. Oy, oy, oy. That shit's crazy. Should be called Spartans? Hell yeah. Mega's Flora. Oh my god, it's so funny. Dude, every frame a painting, dude. Oh! Ah! What? I have assumed until this very moment that Darrington Press existed before Critical Role. I thought they were like working together. I didn't think. That's crazy, dude. That's... God, I have to go. I don't even know what my own reaction just looked like just now. Because that was a surprise that I didn't even know to expect. I'm flustered. I'm kerfluffled. Oh my God. When you said that Darrington was separate from CR in a game stream, I almost lost it. Did I say that? I believed that. That's crazy. Darrington Press was created by Critical Role and is fully owned. Wild. Yeah, I had no idea. The Darrington Press logo has the robotic hands of Dottie. Oh, that's so sick, dude. That's wild. I not even for a moment. You're in for a ride. I can imagine. Also, I'm gonna be real, instantly, this seems more like a me character. I've talked before about how Scanlan or Sam, Mega is Sam, Sam is Mega much of the time. But like how I would just never play a character like Scanlan, immediately, Taryon seems more up my alley. Taryon Darrington seems almost immediately more like my first character, Jebediah Smith. Attorney at arms, willing to litigate and facilitate anything that your tasks might need facilitating in. Thank you very much. That is... I'm psyched. I'm psyched. Oh, man. Yeah, that's Darrington Press. Can you take it 30 seconds back? Yeah. We'll run ads now, and I'll run it back a little bit. That's crazy. The viewer count went up for this part. That is true. I was like, oh, maybe there's like a thing at the end that like they talk to Sam and they like talk it out of character, and people want me to watch me see that. I look because I did see the viewer count going up, and I was like, that's kind of weird. Oh man. That shit's crazy. I'm gonna run some ads, then we'll be right back to meet Sir Taryon Darrington. And I am psyched to do so. Alright, I'll see you in a second. Oh wait, no I won't, because there's a 1 minute fucking timer. I should have disabled the delay. I always forget. I need to make a duplicate version of that is just like a manual. Boop. Well, what are you gonna do? Oy. This is my first time here. The algorithm suggested the stream. I saw it, which episode it was, and had to tune in for this specifically. That's so sick. Oh, that's funny. I mean, obviously, most episodes and most streams are not this, I guess we might call it iconic. This shit is crazy. Oh, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're hanging out and having fun. This is... I had an inkling, or not even an inkling. I knew that people were excited for this episode, but there have been episodes in the past that people were... What's up? Hello. Hope you had a good break, etc., etc. I feel like if you weren't watching AOU or uninformed of DH, the name would not have struck you right away, so I'm thankful for that. It did. I will say, if I was not watching AOU right now, or yeah, just like following Daggerheart in general, because I am just like very detailed following Daggerheart, it wouldn't have even crossed my mind. And it was also like, I don't know if I visibly did a double take or not, but it was a mental double take. Like, I saw the name and I was like, Harrington. In my brain, I was like, you did? Oh, that's awesome. Oh my God. That's one of, I think, the most surprised I've ever been on stream. I think that is truly the most, the most straight up surprised I have been during Criticalized. It was almost cartoonish. It felt cartoonish in my head. Maybe better than the Larkin moment. The Larkin moment I was so frustrated with. Because the Larkin moment I was trying to figure it out. Like, I knew that something was up, but I couldn't quite piece together what it was. And I was like, what the fuck? There's something I'm missing. This one was like traveling to a foreign country and seeing your second grade teacher there. It was like, what the fuck? You're not supposed to be here. It's not just like seeing them out of school. It's like seeing them on vacation. And it's just like, I know you leave school, but like, not here. What? How did this happen? Oh my God, dude, that was crazy. Also, as people are mentioning, like, comment, subscribe. It does help. And we were actually just talking about in the Discord how I've formed the Discord community too well. People don't comment on the videos. They just go into the Discord, which I honestly don't mind that much. But it does help. I appreciate it. Man. Dude, I almost never do this. I want you all to know. I'm gonna rewatch this stream. I never do this, but I can't. This has been such a... This is certainly the most consistently surprising episode to me in so many ways. Oh, man.
For now.
I'm being narrated.
Hello.
I just get very nervous.
Nice to meet you all. The name is Taryon Darrington.
Taryon Darrington?
Taryon Darrington.
Taryon Darrington.
My friends just call me Terry. And I'm a bit of an adventurer. I've been traveling around this continent for a while, trying to tick off things off of my list. And I've had a few scraps and scrapes. And
also, to just keep on the complimenting Sam train, the first thing we're learning about him is why he's out adventuring, which is the one thing that I think every single character needs to have. Every single character that is out adventuring needs a reason that they are out doing that, and that is the absolute first thing we learn about Terry. Who could have predicted this? I would never. If you had asked me to be like, rank the best players, I would have been like, oh, is it like tactical or like overall? And if you were like overall, I might have been like, I don't know. I might have put Sam in like the middle. I don't even know. But right now, he is giving the performance of a goddamn lifetime. He's in terms of incredible swing for the fences behavior, but also in terms of like very low key, very just solid behaviors. Like opening the gates with, this is my name, this is why I am out adventuring, is like the baseline, just solidity of character work and introducing character. How could I have known this? How could I have known, dude? Oh, who is Volo? I think people went on to explain it, but yeah, he's a iconic character in the Forgotten Realms lore. Yeah, sort of on the same level as like Drizzt or who's the wizard in Baldur's Gate 3? L. Ron Hubbard. No. Eudokia. It starts with an E. Elminster. Thank you, Sputnik. Yeah, sort of on the same level as those guys. Where he's just like kind of known outside the lore. But if you want to know what Volo is kind of like, he's kind of like Taryon Darrington. This is very much the vibes, yeah. Oh yeah, subtitle moving. Thank you. Good catch, Sheev. Very good catch. Injects such an energy at this point in the episode and maybe the campaign. Oh my god, and even beyond that. Yeah. Even beyond the just solid and stable introduction of character. Good on Matt. It'd be so interesting to see who came up with what. And I also wonder if it's like wherever they went, Taryon would have been there. I have a feeling that is the case. Because it doesn't seem like Taryon is Marquetish. Or Marquetian? Oncarelian. It seems like he is not from Marquette, at least on initial description. So I am assuming that Taryon was probably going to be anywhere besides Whitestone that they chose to go, which is great, by the way. I think that is what is going on here, and I love that choice if it is what's going on here. Marquesian makes sense. Marquesian. And I would have to go back and watch to see, but I would bet that Matt was probably trying to encourage them to go somewhere and do something. Whether or not that was Marquette specifically or not, you know? Ooh. Yeah, man. This is why Matt made Pike ask where they were going next. I was like, I can't remember exact details, but I do feel like Matt was briefly pressuring them specifically to go somewhere. Not just like, what are you gonna do next, but where are you gonna go next? That's clever, Matthew. Matthew James Mercer, you little scamp. That's good. Oh, man. I find it so funny that Mega is analyzing Taryon based solely on his first two sentences because they were killer first sentences. They were really killer. I loved them. Yeah, he was just in the street, so easy to plug and play into whatever choice. Absolutely. Which this is, oh my gosh, I'm going to bring this up forever now. Get ready. This is going to be a go-to example from now on. Of when I talk about floating content. Like I talk about how like, okay, you make 80% of a thing and then you make it to where it's kind of setting agnostic and you can just plug and play it anywhere you want. And you just improv the last 20% that actually like makes it fit into the scene and to the setting. This is going to be my example of floating content from now on, of like the way that Terry has been introduced and the character conceit of Terry, that he's just going around checking things off of a bucket list style, list, means that he can be put anywhere. Anywhere they decide to go, as Matt, you just need to get them to go somewhere. Which is so fucking easy compared to if he had to try and get them to go specifically to Marquette. which is something that I see as like a bit of a what would you call it? Like a noob trap almost. I think maybe newer DMs might look at a scene like this and assume that they need that Matt put Terry in Marquette, and then they have to figure out, like, as in their heads, like, okay, how do I like get my players to go to Marquette but without railroading them? No. You don't need Terry to be in Marquette. Terry could be anywhere. So all you have to do is make the introduction just generic enough, and then you put him in a place that makes sense, like outside of the Debt's Respite, depending on, what's on his list. You put him somewhere in there that makes sense and it's easy to introduce him, and you get that last 20% of, okay, 80% of Terry, he can go anywhere. Last 20, we're going to get a reason for him to be. If I'm Matt, maybe I write down like a few options that I might pull from, whatever makes the most sense for what the players actually end up doing. But I'm keeping them loose. I'm keeping them breezy. And then as the players actually make decisions, you solidify down into the final choice, which is that they met him in Marquette outside of the Debt's Respite. This is going to be my example of floating content from now on, because it's great. The first two sentences, the delivery for the first two sentences. Exactly. Yeah. Matt only asked where you're going. He didn't lead, which is why floating content is the best, is because you don't have to lead. That is truly, at the very bottom of it, that is one of its biggest strengths, is that as a DM, you can let them go where they want to go and pursue what they want to pursue and still put the important things in there, like meeting Terry. That is the underlying strength of floating content. Now, the maybe weakness of it is that it's never going to be as integrated as something that was fully planned out for that location. It's never going to be quite as deep. But if you need to get something in and you want to let the players choose, you can't be too confident about where they're going to go, you make it float. It's so great. What's Tyrion's class before he says it? I mean, I could just see him being a bard so that Sam can keep being a bard and he doesn't have to take on a level 17 character of a class he hasn't been playing. So my first instinct would just be bard. And he also gives the vibe of a bard. I could also see wizard easily. I could catch an easy wizard from this, especially given that he has like a list of accomplishments that he's trying to do. I wonder, did they say what he's dressed in? His frame is svelte. He's adorned in a set of polished, immaculate breastplate armor. Oh, breastplate armor. I think breastplate armor's medium. Do bards have medium armor? They either have medium or light. Although, if he's College of Valor or Swords, or both, I think they get medium. I could see him being... No, but I would see him being College of Lore if he was. Although maybe the breastplate is just for show. Okay, let's think. If he's not... I could also see Wizard, but for the same reasons that I can't see Bard, the breastplate, that would also preclude Wizard. He could be a Warlock. That'd be kind of wacky. A Warlock would be a little wacky, but it would fit with the breastplate. I don't know. There's a bunch of subclasses that basically give any class armor. Not Wizards. Wizards can get light from Blades Singer, but that's pretty much the only thing. But you're right. A bunch of subclasses can't. Armor is way more flexible. You can also get like moderately armored. Don't forget about Dottie. I mean, is he an artificer battle master? Wayfinder's Guide had not come out yet. It couldn't be. I guess he could be a weird ranger. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think about Dottie. Because you're right. Dottie, if I didn't know better, if I didn't know that Wayfinder's Guide wasn't out yet, I would maybe think. I would think Battlemaster Artificer, but it's not out yet. So what would an inventor be? Breastplate is medium. Warlocks only get light. Hexblade, I believe. And Hexblade, I think Xanathar's was out at this. No, Xanathar's wasn't out at this point. So they wouldn't. So none of the Warlock subclasses would give. Because doesn't Hexblade give medium? Or does it only give martial proficiencies? Am I crazy? Hex Warrior. Yeah, medium armor. Okay. When did Wayfinder come out? I don't know, but I don't think yet. I don't know. Battlemaster is fighter. Battlesmith. Battlesmith is artificer. Thank you for the correction. Yes. If I didn't know better and didn't know that it probably wasn't out yet, I would think that this is a battlesmith because of Dottie. But it's probably not. What the fuck could he be? Okay. I'm gonna take a stab. I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna do a weird guess because my normal guess is Bard, and Dottie is just a fun thing. I don't know, or maybe he has like 3 levels in Ranger for Dottie. So I think he is a warlock. Attuned, or pacted, I should say, to a rival smoke monster, to Smokey. I guess he wouldn't be a smoke monster at that point. We're gonna say a fire monster. I think he is a warlock pacted to a fire monster that gave him the secrets to Dottie in the same way that Smokey gave Percy the secrets to guns. Oh, wait, and then Dottie is just a special Pact of the Chain familiar. Dottie is just a special familiar. He's basically like a suit of armor that the special familiar wears from his Warlock Pact. And he's going to be a fiend or a goo. Maybe a goo-lock. Full Metal Alchemist vibes. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. And I think, so inverse Percy? Yeah, kinda. And I think that he's not nearly as serious as Percy. Like, he is an inversion to Percy in a lot of ways. But he is going to also have like a similar level of like artifice type intelligence to Percy. And so Percy's going to fucking hate him. Percy's going to absolutely despise him, but is going to have to very reluctantly acknowledge his intelligence. And he's going to maybe even, oh man, it would be so dope if Sam did like an exact inverse of Percy, where like Percy doesn't, to my knowledge at least, doesn't have any actual levels in Warlock. He just has Magic Initiate. I would love if Sam is full Warlock, but then has like moderately armored or something to like have that dip into fighter. To be like an exact inverse of Percival. Oh man. And he's also royal. He's got like all of these like decorations and shit. But his family is still very much in control, maybe in Wildmount. Maybe he's fucking King Dwendal's scion. He might be maybe it is Dwendal Darrington. Actually, now that I say it, that kind of flows. Dwendal Darrington. Because oh, no. It's King Bertrand Dwendal. Damn it. Ooh, that was close, though. But I feel like he is Wild Mountain nobility. And he is on this whole quest spiel. But his family's all nice. It would really twist the knife if they mentioned something about Whitestone, and fucking Darrington is like, Whitestone? I know the rulers there. Oh, good people, good people. And Percy's like, I've never met you before, dude. And he's like, you? The Briarwoods. The Briarwoods, old associates of my house. I mean, I've never met them in person, but I've only heard great things. Oh, man. Just drive and twist the knife even more into Percy of like, this is the type of noble fop that Percy probably would have evolved into had it not been for the Briarwood coup. And he'll have to like wrestle with that of like, is he glad that he turned out the way that he did? Because he hates Darrington. But he's like, but I would have been like Darrington had all of these things that I wish hadn't happened to me not happened to me. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. I'm all kerfluffled. Man. How much of your Wildmount suspicion is because you want it to be relevant? About 70%. If we're being real frank with each other. Wildmount speculation is driven by me wanting it to be relevant so bad. But that other 30% is because it is the area where we are least aware of notable people. So, like, it would be hard for this dude to be nobility of any kind from him on. It would also be kind of weird for it to be from Marquette or Vasselheim. Like, certainly possible from those two locations, but much more likely that he would be a noble that we haven't heard of and be from Wildmount. Oh, man. So that's what I'm locking in. My boring answer is just another bard. And I don't know what the fuck is going on with Donnie. And my interesting answer is warlock that is pacted and is built in an inverse way to all of Percy's vibes. An alternate history. If you were in Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn, you might burn gold. And while looking at Percy, you might see Terry Darrington. For a weirdly specific reference. Do we call Percy's demon Smokey? I love that. I can't remember his real name ever. Okay, wait, no. I can do this. The Percy demon is the smoke monster from Lost. No, that's not it. Orthax. I didn't see it in chat. I want to be clear. I was covering my eyes. Yeah. Orthax. I can never remember Orthax. He's smoky forever. Oh, man. Did we get race yet? Oh, I bet he's just fucking human. I think he's going to be something boring. Wildmount Vampire Orgy is back, baby. That's a good idea. I should bring back the Vampire Orgy. What if Terry has a gun that's just Eldritch Blast? Oh, that could work. Yeah, absolutely. The description was human male. Oh, did they actually? Oh, yeah, they did say human male right there. Yeah. Oh, man. All right, let's get more of Terry. Let's see how far off I was.
I've been traveling around this continent for a while, trying to tick off things off of my list. And I've had a few scraps and scrapes, and I'm looking for more adventure.
He does feel like a charisma class, which makes me like Warlock, you know?
I was traveling with a band of ne'er-do-wells that I had hired, and, well, let's just say many of them were killed. So I was looking to employ a ragtag group of people, elves, whatever you are, to accompany me. Sort of be my sidemen, if you will.
Oh.
How much would a band like you cost for a day?
50,000 gold.
Oh, that's nothing. Would you...
An hour.
I'm sorry.
50,000 gold an hour.
Yeah, that's like our retainer fee.
Good thinking.
Well, I tend to employ people on the month-by-month basis, and you get a cut of the treasure as we go, of course. We can work out the particulars, but are you, in fact, guns and... or not guns, swords for hire?
Why are you going after treasure?
I'm going after many things. I have a long list of things that I want to tick off.
Are you famous?
Of course I am. You haven't heard of... well, you haven't heard of me yet, because my book hasn't come out yet. Doty here is recording my legendary adventures as I travel around the continents.
How thick is the book?
It's pretty thick. Make a perception check.
Oh,
Wow.
18.
Okay. It's a pretty thick book, but it looks like Doty is maybe a third into it. A fourth.
Lots of scribbles in that book.
Yes, I haven't settled on a title yet. It will either be Terry's Adventures. It's sort of lame. Or it could be Daring Adventures of Darrington. Or it could be Terry On with Terrian, or something like that. I'm working on the title. I have a while to finish it.
The Daring Trials and Tribulations of Terry Darrington.
That's fantastic. Doty, please write that down.
And I'm seeing it already. Percy hates him, and Terry loves Percy. Terry loves every word that comes out of Percy's mouth, and it's eternally annoying to Percy. Oh, I see the line in my head.
I knew you were special when I ran into you all. My goodness.
Buddy boy, we have to go to the 9 hells in the not too distant future. Are you down for that?
Well, hold on, let me check my list. That is on the list. It was lower down, but it's another thing I have to tick off before I'm a real adventurer. So I'm up for anything if you are.
I do not like you.
This fucking asshole. Am I right? This fucking asshole.
Can I insight check, asshole?
Yes, you may.
Can I insight check?
Look at this willing accomplice motherfucker
I
over here.
know!
Piece of shit, both of you.
You
I'm
are all
so
pieces of
angry
shit.
at everything right now.
Everything feels weird. New dad is wearing old dad's skin and trying to do an impression of him, and it's weird.
I don't like change!
Who cares about the whisper? What's going on, Sam?
Bullshit!
Tell us about the loot crate, Sam. Tell us about the loot crate.
He has a new character sheet! I'm gonna cry again.
Mother lied.
Nope, I hate Terry. He's
We
a
are,
dick.
we
You're
are
gonna make Laura
actually,
cry!
we
Look
are
what you've done!
currently under, we are
Fuck you,
under,
Ryan Green! Fuck you!
The show is breaking apart because of you, Sam! Show me on the character sheet where the bad DM touched you.
So, bringing it back to the current conversation at hand.
currently employed right now. We're on a very, very dangerous
A
mission.
super important mission.
However, it ends here. So, if you have the coin, and maybe if you prove yourself not to be too much of like a lag behind. What, Percy, what you feel like
I was
that's
saying,
about?
look, it's not like we don't have business right now. You seem. What does he seem like?
Yeah, what do you do, Terry?
I mean, you,
I'm an
look,
He's an
adventurer.
adventurer.
You seem like a person, and that's great.
Like Kenneth Branagh.
Rat. I'm trying not to judge at the moment, and
That's what you do.
I know I've had a bad day.
What
We
does he
trust
do?
you to judge.
That's my biographer, Doty.
Does he just write stuff?
If I tell him to, he also has other skills.
What does he have?
Many things. I can grant powers to many people. For instance, you, little elf girl, what's your name?
I'm gonna move over.
I take it back. I like him.
Wait, I'm stealthing.
Flames inside of my face. Heaving breaths.
Keelan uses a fog cantrip and just fades into the alleyway.
I'm gone.
Just hex into the shadow.
He's like on a western when they cut back to the tavern and everyone's gone.
Basically.
I walk up to him. What kind of adventurer are you? If you've never heard of Vox fucking Machina.
Oh, is that a band of evildoers? Is that a roving Goliath horde?
Where the fuck have you been? Who are you? No, really, who the fuck are you?
My name is Taryon Darrington. I am an adventurer, and I have more recently set out on my journey. That is true.
This armor looks very new.
I have not seen so many real battles yet, but I have fought many beasts. There was one, it was a smallish beholder, and my men took it out into a field for me and sort of roughed it up for me. And then when the time was right for the kill, they said, come on in and kill it. And I came in and used my powers and killed it, and I checked it off the list.
Oh, I see.
Yes. It was so thrilling.
Your men, are you,
The ones that died,
oh,
right?
They also perished. That was a different group, yes.
Wonderful.
But they were well paid before they went, and I'm sure they sent some of the money home. Some of them, I think they do that, typically.
What else is on your list? What are you looking for?
I've got a long list of beasts and animals that I'd like to slay.
Just give me one.
Naga, I think that's how you say it.
That is how you say it.
It's actually Naja.
Okay. I've already gotten a smaller beholder. Someday I'd like to see a dragon and maybe have a crack at it or two.
Oh, I'm sure you would take it out in no time, dear.
Man, I fucking hate this guy.
I feel like you're condescending to me. I'm not a dullard here. I can do a lot of things. My wealth has bought me many different artifacts from my travels, and they all do majorly magical things.
What kind of weapons?
I have a rod.
An immovable rod?
Immovable?
No, it's whatever I want it to be. Sword!
You watch as the rod all of a sudden transforms into this sudden, like, liquid metal-like visage and then solidifies into a longsword.
Fire!
It bursts into flames.
Now that is fucking
It's
great.
fucking cool, isn't it?
How much money did that cost?
Oh, like 400,000 gold or something? It was a lot of money. I don't quite. Doty keeps the facts and figures. Doty, can you show me that piece of the book?
Turns it around.
Embarrassing.
Shows the page to you and glance through it, and the actual construction of that item cost you upwards around 65 to 70,000 gold pieces.
That's it?
It's a lot of money.
Well, I know, but
So wait,
That's normal.
you want to come with us, or you want us to come with you?
I don't have a current adventure right now. Fire off. Okay. Still getting used to some of the contraptions.
tell you what, Terry. 50,000 gold, and you can follow us right now as we finish this very adventurous errand we're running.
Yeah.
50,000 gold. Small fee.
What kind of adventure is this again? You mentioned you're going to do something very dangerous.
It's
It
so
is
dangerous
so
we're going into
dangerous.
this.
Can you tell me what it is?
I'm afraid I can't.
It's a
tell
test
you.
of your reflexes, on point. How you handle things you're not quite ready for.
I could limber up. Sure.
I stealth up behind Keyleth and rest my chin on her shoulder and just say, what the fuck?
And I just say, I know. Vex,
What?
One moment, sir. Huddle.
Huddle. Is $50,000 worth dealing with this annoying piece of shit?
While we go drop off a hand.
Look, and you know, it just kind of feels like when your guinea pig dies as a kid and then you immediately get another guinea pig to replace it. Like, this doesn't feel good.
You
I
don't
think
like
he's
him, right?
replacing Scanlan.
No, I don't want another guinea
This
pig.
piece of shit would never replace Scanlan.
He's a fabricator. Has he written it? He gets ghostwriters to write all of his books. I bet he does.
He's a schmuck.
He probably does. Keyleth, you don't like him very much, right?
I don't like new people right now as of yesterday.
But like 50,000 gold, and we have ourselves a very like flamboyant distraction.
Think about
if
it,
we
for
need
50,000 gold, we're only 15,000 gold away from getting one of those fucking flaming swords.
While they're talking, I'm working on my rod. Battle axe.
Look at how fucking cool that rod is.
He's in. He's fucking in.
No.
Look at the battle axe. Holy shit.
You guys, he's like the worst alter ego version of Percy. He's a rich kid who just buys all of his cool toys. No offense, Percy.
None taken.
It's true, though.
I mean,
He's not legit.
I don't like him either, but I'll just say 2 words. Hotus bait.
Yep. Yep.
Maybe he is Hotus.
Well, yeah, what if he is Otis?
He's not.
How do you know, Grog?
He hasn't tried to
I'm a
seduce
dark
me.
wizard.
I've always known.
Yep.
I'm not going to pretend I'm not mildly entertained by the distraction at the very least. We just have to drop off a hand.
Really good. Short comment. Really good. How do I say it? Really good job finding an excuse from Liam/Vax. This is one of the benefits of having this many players, because I often dunk on and or talk about the weaknesses of having this many players, like over the base 4. But this is a strength where you can have multiple characters be very against a course of action that their players actually want to happen, but they can rely, like Marisha and Laura can rely on these 3 to find the excuse, to convince them in fiction. Which, if you cut 2 of these players out, that leaves only one person to convince the 2 that hate him. You know what I'm saying? So this is one of the strengths, is that you can take a more diverse set of positions on any given plot point or point in the fiction that you might not otherwise be able to if you represent a larger part of the opinion pie, I suppose. And Liam did a really good job of finding an excuse that, still acknowledges that Darrington seems like a total knob. But he, gets an excuse to get him into the party. You know what I'm saying? I think a really good part of Sam making Tyrion very hateable in a way he can control, because he knew the party and the audience would hate the new PC no matter what. That's fair. That is not something I would have thought of, but yeah. In terms of the actual play nature, especially given how Scanlan went out and the fact that they're introducing him so quickly. If they'd given Scanlan's departure a little bit more time to breathe, I think that people may not have hated the new character as much. But I think it is strong and has a lot of benefits to introduce the new character as quickly as possible. But if you are, you do have to deal with this fact of Scanlan's barely fresh in his grave. And so making him purposefully and controllably hateable is not a bad idea. Yeah. That's just a generally good skill to have as a player, finding a way to justify actions that need justifying. It is. That's an incredibly good skill to have as a player. I totally agree. And it hits at one of the benefits in general of having a lot of people, is that if you're having a slight off day, or if you can't figure it out, maybe someone else can. Like if Marisha is thinking to herself, I can't think of a reason that I would want this dickbag in our party, I'm just going to take the opposite stance, right? I'm going to really hate him And hopefully that gives the other players, a little bit of something to bounce off of. And maybe they can find the good excuse somewhere in there. Somewhere within responding to my hatred of him. And that is something you are much more able to do the more players you have. I'm rocking with 3 players right now. Typically, they have to be pretty aligned. Not all the time. Frequently, one of them will not be aligned with the other 2, or, vice versa. But that's basically the maximum amount of disagreement you even can have. Yeah. Sort of reminiscent of the debate challenge where you let the other person choose their side and argue the opposite no matter what it is. A little bit, yeah. Yeah. Terry's been nothing but polite and Vox treats him like garbage. Our heroes. Look, I think it has been well established and documented at this point that I do not consider Vox Machina to be heroes. I consider them to potentially be champions of the realm. Certainly adventurers. I think that they have, inarguably, saved the world. Heroes? I don't know about that, Also, Terry has been kind of a dick. It's interesting. He's been a dick. A lot of people, I think, require active malice in order to be a dick. And I think that so far the ways that Terry has acted, the ways that he has been a dick are not ways that have intent or malice behind them. You know what I'm saying? Terry is clearly just an isolated noble scion who has not experienced much of the world. And frankly, to his credit, he's out here doing it. It seems he's hired bands of mercenaries or whatever to guide him through. He's using his money as his tool. But he is just hiring random people off of the street. It's not like he's only using men-at-arms from his... Or he's not using men-at-arms from, his noble house, right? He's just hiring people off of the street. So at the very least, you can say he is putting in the exterior legwork. Yeah, he is being a bit of a dick. But I don't think he... I don't think he understands. And I think for a lot of people, when you call someone a dick, there has to be an understanding of what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? I think he's clearly being pompous, no question. But Terry did a microaggression. Oh, the little elf girl? Yeah. Yeah, I think little elf girl, I truly don't think... I mean, it's weird. It's a weird scenario where, it is a dick thing to say, but I don't think he is necessarily being a dick. I think that's more what I'm getting at. I think he truly does not know better. I think there's a difference between excusing and acknowledging that it might be so ignorant to legit not realize. I do think he legit doesn't realize it, I just think he has no idea that he is being a dick. He just doesn't know what people outside of the castle are like. I don't think. That was more Sam choosing how to piss off Laura Vex specifically. I mean, we can take it to a meta degree there, but even I'm taking that as canon for what Terry is like and what he is choosing to do. Because yeah, he does almost entirely know that it would just piss off Laura, but that's still something that Terry did. Being unaware of the impact of your words on others is the baseline of dick behavior. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't know if I ultimately agree. Truly. I mean, now we're arguing about the semantics of words now. But to me, dick, acting like a dick or dick behavior I think, implies a level of understanding of your actions. I would say that you need to have at least a degree of understanding that your words and actions might be negative in some way, or might be flawed, or might be negative, or might be aggressive in some way. I think if you have no idea, then I don't know. I don't know if I that's at least not how I often use dick. There has to be another word for the more unconscious type of thing. Like this is just how you talk to people, and it's, clearly not cool. Sam was the one that wanted to bring racism into D&D. Perhaps he's trying to do it with Terry. I doubt it. I don't know. Yeah. I also feel like dick is unconscious. Asshole is conscious. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. I've had people who are dicks who very much enjoyed the reaction their words and actions caused. They're enjoying the reaction because the reaction that they are getting, like, they enjoy the discomfort that it causes. You know what I'm saying? But they still have to have an understanding of that. They have to have an understanding that the reaction that they are getting is negative, right? I don't think Darrington would have any idea of what he's saying. Salient details that he isn't the dick. He's a rich dick. Yeah. Dick definitely needs to be intentional. IMO. I don't know if I agree. Ultimately, it is just a semantic distinction. Yeah, I think ultimately, it's a semantic distinction on like what is a dick versus what is not a dick. I will say broadly, without assigning a particular label to the type of behavior, I think he is saying something that is very rude and demeaning to Vex, but I don't think he understands that it's rude and demeaning. Whatever you call that sort of action or behavior or person that does that, that is how I am currently taking it. Anyways.
And then he's gonna take credit for dropping off a hand like it's some crazy, miraculous thing.
Let him take credit for the
Do you want
hand.
credit for dropping off the hand?
No, I don't care. It's the principle of the matter.
Is there a fighting arena in Marquette, or anywhere where we could find a scrap if we wanted to?
I mean, I believe there is. Let me find the name of it real fast.
We also could report into a certain dragon about things that have happened.
We actually need to, because we promised Jarrett we would talk to Jamal.
We have so many things to do.
Let's just...
While Grog's thinking about that, I pull him aside and say, did I ever show you I know how to summon a dragon? Do you know how to do that?
No.
Watch and learn from my hand symbols. Whoa. What do you think of that, big guy?
And I grab his hands with the tightest little knuckles and squeeze.
Jeepers creepers! You've killed my dragon!
Don't summon the dragon.
Let go. Drop it. Drop it.
Right.
Good boy.
Go see if I ever do anything nice for you again.
But I thought you were being taken over. Do you need me to...
I'm very proud of Grog.
Will you kiss it? I thought
Grog.
so. And I walk away.
He comes. Come on.
Slap happy.
Come on, then.
Besides, I want to see him get in a fight. Let's
let the money
audition him
tag
at
along.
least.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Okay, but
Come
I'm
on,
gonna
pretty boy.
Let's go. Tell you about this.
Doty, take this down. As the group turned around, I knew I had them. And our adventure was about to begin. End chapter.
Oh my god.
I hate him so much.
I hate him so much.
I love him.
I miss Scanlan.
Oh my god.
As you guys decide against your better judgment, to accept your companion for the time being.
Don't like that word.
You make your way into the Death's Respite Tavern to meet with Treve Bonebreaker and deliver the right hand.
Wait, I wanted that gold up front.
Oh, I don't carry 50,000 gold with me on my person.
Well, you carry platinum. How much do you have?
Doty,
how much platinum does he have on him right now?
Doty, go ahead
No
and
response.
speak. Go ahead, Doty, speak. Oh, that's
Doty.
right. Doty can't speak.
Doty, show me
Doty's
the
a
ledger.
machine.
How much platinum does he have on his person right now?
There's no response.
Doty only listens to me. If you had some sort of a pet, you would understand.
Oh, I'm gonna love Terry so much.
Kick his ass! Kick his ass, Max!
Gold up front, or you don't join us.
How about this? I'll give you a little present, just for you, little elf girl. And I flip her a silver coin that I have put a spell into.
I don't catch the coin.
You're like all the bad things
It's a
about the
piece of shit
internet
silver
and as
coin.
a
I don't need a
character.
stupid
Put a
silver
spell on it,
coin.
it's like
It's a special coin.
20 cents.
You should
Did he flip the coin in
pick
here?
it up.
He did.
I was thinking of intercepting it anyway, so
Okay,
I'm gonna go
easy
for
to
an
do with your
intercept.
gloves of missile snare.
Yeah, I have gloves and missile snaring. I intercepted.
Well, that was for the elf girl, but all right, sure, you can use it too. When you need it, if you just hold that coin up, you'll turn invisible.
That's seriously an invisible making
No,
coin?
Grog, no, do not show satisfaction in the things he says.
This is just my gut reaction now.
Even if you're impressed, we pretend like we're not. Pretend like you're not impressed.
I'm not saying I can't be bought, but
said that
that's
very
definitely.
loud.
Hey, big man.
Yeah.
Look at this. Heavy crossbow.
It's the most amazing thing.
Okay, I feel like he's absolutely a battlesmith. Like, I'm pretty sure that spell storing object is one of the features of Artificer. Fucking Artificer spell storing item. Am I right about that? Yep, at 11th level, you can now store a spell inside of an item. You can store a spell inside of an object. Okay, so he's an Artificer. He's a battlesmith. Huh. Interesting. Dude, chat is so interesting. Chat is so interesting because there are definitely some people right now that are talking about how much of an asshole Terry is. I'll be fully real with you. It's been a little while. He doesn't seem worse than Scanlan was. I'm not. He's just not been with them for a while, and he's talking a lot because it's his first day. But so far, seems like pretty on par with Scanlan. If not, maybe a little bit better. I don't know. Fully Terry is not being any worse than Vox Machina. Do you want to know what he is? No, I mean, I'll see it as we continue to go on. But everything that I'm seeing now is spell is leads me to Battlesmith. But I don't know where that would have come out. I remember someone said what day this aired. Let's see. Let me see. March 17th. All right, Wayfinder's Guide. When'd you come out? Wayfinder's Guide to Eberron. Release. Because then they did Rising from the Last War. Bro, unless they got fucking early access to it, maybe it's like the Unearthed Arcana for it? But man, there was a UA. You know, I don't know why I was like, in my head, I was like, they wouldn't use UA. That was my immediate reaction. But Percy's playing a gunslinger. I don't know why. Why I think they wouldn't use UA. Okay. Yeah, I think he's almost certainly an Artificer at this point. Oh, man. But yeah, it is very funny how like all of like what is wrong with Terry is like things that Terry's target is not even the party, it's the players. I do love Terry, but Sam is an asshole here. It's so I think the thing that is so and I don't know if it's just because it is like the Sam episode, so it like sticks in people's minds. But like this is like pretty low on the list for me of like times of like the type of like targeted shenanigans that Scanlan has pulled. Like I can't find myself being like, yeah, Terry, ooh, Sam is really getting him with Terry. I'm like, he absolutely is, but like not nearly as much as he's gotten them with Scanlan in the past. I guess it's just the timing of it. It's just that, you know, he had the very serious moment and then he went back to his antics. So it's like a weird juxtaposition. But Sam's arguing ass because he's playing into their outrage and pushing their buttons. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's so interesting. I think the timing and the overarching situation. Yeah. The emotional whiplash. Okay. Yeah, it is so interesting because I don't see it as different than normal, and I'm trying to dissect it in my own brain of like what is not different about it, because it seems very different for y'all of like going from that to that. Because to me, I'm like, if ever there was a time to do this sort of stuff, it feels like now. It feels like now is like the perfect time to like inject some levity after you've been so serious. And yeah, I don't know. So it's like, it's not even that I think that you can't be like critical or like call him an asshole or whatever. It's just like so not, it doesn't even faze me. Yeah, you guys are saying like, oh, like, asshole doesn't preclude fun. It's fun. It's just so interesting because it's just not even like comment worthy to me. And I think possibly we're like just misreading each other through the internet, but it's just so not even like, it wouldn't have even registered to me. Like, to be very frank with you, I knew this was coming the moment that I knew that Sam had another character. If Terry had been anything other than this, it would have been weird and strange to me. So it just doesn't even like register to me as something to comment on. This is just how Sam plays D&D, I think, to me. You know? So I think that's maybe where I'm having like the dissonance is like, even if asshole isn't necessarily a critique or a criticism, it's just like, man, like this is just Sam. Like, imagine Sam's next character was fantasy Batman. That is because you are Sam. Yeah, I don't know. Even watching him in AOU, it doesn't feel like he's changed. This just feels like so radically expected, you know? I don't think they would be commenting on Terry being a dick as much if PCs like Marisha and Liam were not also debating it, were reacting. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's interesting because my reaction to them hating so much, right? To my reaction to their reactions that I just like, you know, people had already commented before I could pause was, man, they're acting real high and mighty. Like them being like, wow, he is so radically crazy an asshole. It's like, have you guys met Scanlan? The guy that you were just crying tears over? Like, I think that's what's like kind of strange about this to me is like, if anything, I think they are overreacting to a rather mild presentation of a character. To a presentation that is not that out of line with Scanlan's everything. And so to me, it feels just like, oh, they're just reacting in like a fun way to play up the fun a little bit. But I just don't read any amount of it as I guess, assholery in any way. I don't read anything like negative into it, is I guess the ultimate thing. Percy literally called Kaylee Scanlan's reason for growth in Sam's emotional moment a little shit. Now Terry's being pompous and Sam's messing with his friends. How is it worse than Percy and Tal? Yeah. I guess that's just what I'm... And I mean, I know that people aren't making comparisons in chat. But the mere fact of like commenting on it is just... it's interesting to me. And it's interesting because so many people, you know, that there is some amount of like, you know, something is going on here that I'm just not perceiving. Yeah. Back into the asshole dick dilemma. Being a dick was intentional on Scanlan, but unintentional on Sam's, while Terry's unintentionally being a dick, but Sam is intending him to be a dick. I think the thing for me is just that feels like how Sam plays all of his characters. And they just have these moments of lucidity and non-assholishness, you know? So I don't know. I think Terry's more transparently grating than Scanlan ever was. Really? Oh, I would actually go the opposite. I mean, I've said it before. You would never catch me in a million years playing a character like Scanlan. I could easily see myself playing Terry. So maybe that's, you know, that's my bias coming into this. Is like, I would find it actively grating to be at the table with a character like Scanlan. Not even if I'm just playing them. I would just find Scanlan actively grating, despite all the complimentary things I've said this episode. But Terry's like a fun little thing that you just poke, and it gives you reactions, and then you laugh at it. I don't know. Scanlan feels like a general troll, whereas Terry's a specific troll. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It is because they genuinely thought Sam was leaving for real for a while? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Sam is pushing their buttons on purpose in jest and for comedy, but on purpose. I guess my thing is just, I feel like he always does that shit, you know? It feels different because he made them all cry. I guess the way that it would feel different to me is only positively. You know? Like that, I guess that's maybe where the divergence is I agree that it does feel different because he just made them all cry. But to me, it like only feels better and more good-natured, I guess. And so it's interesting that the negative sides of it are getting commented on more. I don't know. I don't know. It's just high emotions from the Scanlan fight. Gotta go somewhere. Can't destroy the energy. I think that maybe is likely. Yeah. I think it's just it's noteworthy, and I'm thinking about it a lot and trying to think about it, is like, why is the energy going in this direction? Because it just naturally does not for me, you know? I don't know. These early Terry episodes were what got me into CR. Love my tech himbo. Lol. Yeah. Terry being less dick than Vex and Percy were during the argument. I do not see how people see Terry being a dick. He seems overconfident, rich kid. Strikes me as a used car salesman. It makes my skin crawl, really. I do not see the used car salesman. There's this particular contestant in Survivor that I'm thinking of right now that is who I think of whenever I think of a used car salesman. And Terry truly does not seem to know what is going on enough to sell cars. The overarching point, are you saying that Terry is a dick, but so is Scanlan, or that Terry is not a dick? I am saying, in my view, Terry is less of a dick than Scanlan, and in such a way that it is surprising to me that people are even commenting on it. I think that the way that Sam just plays characters has a baseline level of kind of dickishness and pushing people's buttons. Just at a baseline, whenever I've seen Sam Riegel play a character, period. And so I just think of that as like the Sam factor. Now, like Terry, if anything, strikes me as less of an asshole than Scanlan. Talking about in character here, though. I mean, I guess. Yeah. Even in character, he strikes me as less of a dick than Scanlan, yeah. And so it's just very notable to me that I am seeming to have such a different reaction, you know? Scanlan is more metagrading, even outside of the metagrading, man, yeah. I think Sam is being... And characters can be asshole. That is what a fun flaw is. I agree that characters can absolutely be assholes. I just don't read it on this one, yeah. This is the only episode where Sam really feels like an asshole. Yeah, and I just do not feel that in the slightest. Yeah. I am not... Yeah, that's just not coming off to me, which is interesting. Just reading that people aren't saying this is negative, but a positive. Are people saying it's a positive? I don't know if they're saying, I don't know how you can call someone an asshole positively. I can see them as it's being like a neutral, like they're saying, oh, the character is an asshole, and that's like a fun flaw. But I don't know how you can say that like Sam is being an asshole in a positive way. Yeah, I don't know. Scanlan seemed to mostly be genuine. That's how he was. Terry feels fake. Really? I don't even think that Terry feels fake. I guess maybe that is where we differ. I don't think that Terry feels fake at all. I think Terry feels like he is trying incredibly hard. I think that is all I get from him. Yeah, I think he's just a dumbass. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think people are necessarily calling it negative, just as very potent and iconic. Yeah. And I guess maybe, like, I just don't find it that potent of a troll from Sam. I think that is, like, truly, I just don't... And I guess maybe it keeps coming back to, like, is it positive or negative? Because when Sam normally does it, it is to, like, evoke a laugh and invoke whatever from the other players. And to me, this feels like an incredibly more appropriate time to do it. Like, to do that sort of kind of off-the-wall, ludicrous sort of thing. And so, to me, it feels more appropriate for Sam to do it. Less asshole-ish for Sam to do it than for him to just normally play Scanlan. And Terry just does not come off as much of a dick or an asshole or just anything really negative compared to Scanlan. The only thing that I guess is worse is that he seems to have money. And like, you know, someone mentioned earlier, it's like, you know, my bias against, you know, people with wealth here. But like, that's the only negative that I see really, not the only negative. He still clearly has flaws. His biggest flaw seems to be ignorance to me. Ignorance of, like, everything, you know? Is anyone here saying that Sam is an asshole? I mean, someone directly said it earlier. I highlighted it on screen. I mean, let me see. But it was a while ago. Oh, yeah, this is the only episode where Sam really feels like an asshole. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think Sam is anything. If anything, I can see Sam giving the other players a chance to be mean, rude to the character to get their emotions out. Yeah. So that's why I see this as like a generally good move. But also I think it's really entertaining. When I say asshole, I say it more like a fact. More like asshole, more like a fact. I guess I disagree on the facts of the situation. Like, I don't think this is entertaining. I think this is a good way to behave at a table. Like, I think this would be a fine thing to emulate. Like, not even a fine thing, a good thing to emulate. So I think that's like where I'm having trouble parsing, like, chat from this. You know, it's like, I think this is like a good way for Sam to go with this sort of thing. And I can't under any circumstances under which, like, a neutral fact, asshole just isn't a neutral fact. That's what I'm saying. Like, saying that someone is acting like an asshole or is acting asshole-ish, I don't think is neutral. That's a negative thing. It can also be entertaining, and I do think this is entertaining, but I also just don't think that he's being an asshole at all. Like, an asshole is a purely negative thing to me. It can be different degrees of negative, but lovable asshole? Lovable asshole to me, and I'll define this, yeah. Lovable asshole to me is someone that is flawed, like has negative things about them that make them the asshole, but also have positive things, which is why you love them. Or they're trying to work on their assholiness or something like that. Like, to me, lovable asshole means that there are, like, bad, flawed things that are going on here. But that you love them over or in spite of that. Asshole as hyperbole comes off verbally, but in text it reads pretty negative. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, it reads as, like, pretty purely negative to me. I wonder if this is yeah. I don't think trying incredibly hard equals fake to me. Oh, but I tend to assume one means the other. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, I would say that I observe him. He feels like trying incredibly, like I'm a big proponent of trying as hard as you can and caring about things, and that, like, it's cool to try at stuff. Very Brennan Lee Mulligan-esque. Yeah, I don't read that. Although I know people that do. Paige reads people like this, absolutely. When Paige sees people trying hard, she also reads it as fake, but I do not. At this point, we're just debating circles. I think we're getting close to the bottom of it, but I think of being an asshole as ribbing and trolling, but I don't think of it as negative. It's slight positive. That is fascinating to me. Yeah, which that is, like, I think maybe that is, like, the core of, like, what is the difference here. Is, like, I do not take asshole as even remotely positive. To me, asshole is just pure some degree of negative. You know? Can you run a poll? Do people think Sam is an asshole, Terry's an asshole, or Terry's a lovable asshole, or other? I think Terry's an asshole. But again, that's, like, negative. I don't think Sam is an actual asshole. I think he feels like one in this app. Yeah, I don't. Talking past each other and getting lost in a non-conversation, mostly about semantics, with people just throwing out wild takes. I mean, I think I'm actually trying to figure it out, which is why I wanted This Is Broken. Otherwise, I would have it up. Unironically, this is why I wanted this sort of thing. And it is hard for me to derive full sentiment, but it is interesting to me. Of, like, how in the world could asshole be considered a positive? Yeah, I clearly it is, at least to some people. But I definitely, it also might be, like, different areas of the country, possibly different countries in general. But yeah, it's like if I called someone a lovable asshole, I am insulting them, but also saying that I still love them, even though I am insulting them. But in terms of endearment, in terms of insult, can often be the same. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It is also probably a lot to do with the difference in chat. Of like, if I can't hear you laughing as you call somebody an asshole, it's probably different. Can we watch the show? Oh boy. I guess we just haven't been in a long tangent in a while, but no. I mean, I'll talk as long as we're going, I truly think that I think we got generally to the bottom of it, but I thought there was something interesting there. And so I'm going to talk about it exactly as long as I want to until I feel like we are either at the bottom of it or can't get there. We haven't had a long tangent that people find annoying and circular in a while. And I will tell you, when people tell me to watch the show, it makes me want to do it less. And now we're going to watch the show.
I mean, really. Hold on.
Huh?
Not impressed.
You can shoot it.
I want to shoot it. Yeah, oh shit, take it back.
You have no idea where it went. You aren't way out of your line of sight.
Go!
That was pretty good.
That's cool.
Yes.
He stays.
Let's get the hand to its final destination.
Well, you can kill him and take the weapon.
I will.
He's slow. None of the rest of us like you. So fucking watch it, all right?
We're such dicks.
Yeah.
And with that, we embarked on our new adventure. The adventures of, what was it again?
What a dillweed.
This is going to be fun.
As you walk into the Debt's Respite Tavern, we're going to end tonight's session there. I'll pick this up next week.
See, and that's a classic. If there's 110 people here, we need to give them the experience of being less than a minute away from the end of the episode and me refusing to move on. That's the experience of Critical Eyes.
You break our hearts and pull that asshole!
How dare you! How dare you!
Unbelievable.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I'm so angry at you! I knew you were on the Critical Role Wikia last night, weren't you?
Terry Berry.
Yes, he was. He was all
Terry Darrington.
You ain't know
Terry
I got
Darrington.
your mother's name, you motherfucker.
I know all of your parents'
After
names.
Googling that shit.
Because I love you.
Whatever.
I love you so much.
You're the least. You don't care about any of
I am
it.
the most sincere.
Amazing.
I love that. I wish that everyone could see that the crew is in utter revolt behind us right now. And they all got nerfed.
That's right.
You're tearing this family apart.
No, I'm tarrying. There's tarrying.
Terry and his family. Oh my God. Thank you, Loot Crate, for sponsoring us. You guys are awesome. Much love to you guys. Have a wonderful week. We'll see you soon. Is it Thursday yet?
Big hit for Sam.
See you next week.
Riegel, holy
There we go. That's the episode. Good episode. I think we learned a lot today. I think, and the episode had a very nice diversity of things. It had me saying things that were actually kind of poignant, and me arguing about the root some meaning of words for a while. That's a classic Critical Eyes. Leave it on the artwork, please. I don't watch the artwork, unfortunately. I don't have much to comment on with it. But no, that was a good app. I will have a large takeaway to do with it. I mean, yeah. Oof. It is going to be very interesting to see how Darrington does work into things. Like, because for everything that we've just talked about with it, the longer challenge of getting a new character into a campaign is the challenge of, like, not interacting with them in the same way that you interacted with the old character. And especially when the two characters, like, they definitely have some obvious differences. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons that Sam leaned so hard on certain things. But it'll be very, very interesting to see how he handles integrating Darrington into the crew. Or if he even does. Maybe, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just be here for part of it and then he'll leave, and I don't know. But I am excited to find out. And I saw someone put it in the chat. If you are new here, normally Critical Role every Friday, Monday. Start an episode on Friday, finish it on Monday, and then Age of Umbra on Wednesdays. However, unfortunately, this particular Friday, there will not be a Critical Eyes, which is tough after this one. I don't know. I might reschedule it. We'll see. But this Friday, we definitely can't. And my original plan was just to cancel the episode next week. But we'll see about that. We'll see. I don't know. But I have a CAT scan not CAT scan, CT scan on Friday. So I will not be able to be here. So does that mean Monday will be the first half? No, my plan was to just skip an entire week. That was my original plan. Now, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe. I had things on Saturday and Thursday that I could move. Like, content stuff, not like personal stuff. I had like content stuff that I was going to do on Thursday or Saturday, but I might be able to move it. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. So, but I'm going to be there for Age of Umbra on Wednesday, and I will probably have a better idea of what I am doing on with Critical Eyes. For now, unfortunately, assume that both Critical Eyes, like Friday and Monday, are both canceled until further notice. But I might change it. And I'll try to let you know as well ahead of time as I can. I know, Albie. I know. Ugh. Yeah. I will be able to process a lot with a week break. Anyways, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it.